souls discovered to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maideth man. In the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let after hour thy vigilance intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, onward thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slain even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one or is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Crowley! Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, open, 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 pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Time, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come your pan. I am born to death on the horn. I am born. am thy knight, I am thy man, gold of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through sting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan, be your Pan, be your Pan, 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 be your Pan, be your Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake, the eagle's guards withdrawn. The great beast come me upon, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox and their end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man in the mire of give me the sign of the open eye, and the tree open, do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beast come you upon, I am born to death. king may not long in the might of Pan. Io Pan, 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 Pan. Io Pan, Io Pan, 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 Pan. Io Pan. God the eternal, he begets not to hear anyone.
This is why earlier I said this is critical.
Okay.
Make up for it. Put 2 lines under that. Make up for it.
That's
That's
right.
exactly the same question Emrys was asking earlier. How come we haven't changed? We're still doing the same thing in terms of conflict, despite thousands of years.
Okay, Ambrose, you can take over because I have to handle my daughter now. But I assume you know where I'm going with this. Please complete it and help
Tell
me.
Natasha I said hi.
I will do.
Okay.
Okay, can we have a small commercial break? Mr. Bean, I want you to listen to Rolf and tell me who is speaking. Rolf, can you say something to Mr. Bean and don't tell him what I'm thinking?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm from London and I'm really interested in politics and I follow the war on Iran and, I come on X Spaces sometimes and a good friend of Emrys, she's very good people.
Who is it, Mr. Bean?
From London?
Who does he sound like?
Not Tony Blair.
Oh, come on, Bean, it's so easy.
Sounds more like him than
I guess
Hawes, he sounds like Hawes. He's like Hawes' twin.
I don't hear Hawes that much, so
Oh, come on.
Hawes is not
Well, I tried, it didn't work.
No worries. I should have kept my name as
Well,
Hawes.
actually, now I understand what it is. Basically, Rolf, a lot of the people outside of Britain being of the nation and its people and being ready to support or serve it. Close quote.
I feel like the people who say that the actual conversation we're having is patriotism dying when we're speaking about Trumpism. I think the reason why you're getting that is because they're in a cult of personality, right? Where they think of Trump as Louis XIV, I am the state, right? Where if you don't have fealty to Caligula, you are somehow anti-American, right? So you don't have to like Trump or Trumpism. That has nothing to do with your level of patriotism.
Well,
you don't have to
nobody
support
made
this
that
administration
argument,
at all.
though. The argument was whether the Democratic Socialists were anti-patriotic, not whether Trump was anti-patriotic. And Louis XIV and Caligula have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, actually, in one of the, in my opinion, one of the responsibilities is the wrong word, but being an American is all about questioning our leaders. Our Constitution, our Bill of Rights was made up primarily because our citizens do not trust the government. Our Constitution is based on the fact of checks and balances of the American citizens' lack of trust in the government. It's perfectly patriotic to question our leaders. But when your opinion
And the U.S. Supreme Court, Steve.
and the U.S. Supreme Court, thank you, that is
And the
unpatriotic.
presidency. They want to be the countries chosen out of the Congress, want a unicameral legislature, and they want the Supreme Court to be subservient to the legislature.
Yeah, so Ari,
I could even take it.
Hold on, come on, Steve. Let me get in there, bro.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So a re-envisioning of our branches of government and how our government operates is definitely not unpatriotic.
That's not a re-envisioning concrete. That's a
concrete finish. Let him finish.
Please, thank you. So you're not going to suss out whether or not somebody is patriotic by their ideas on how things should run in America, when obviously those ideas are based on the idea of continuing America in an improved way. So to categorize somebody as being unpatriotic because they think that there should be an alternate structure in our government is just like hand waving.
Well, then it wouldn't be America.
It's not an alternate
America.
It's not an alternate structure to figure out something in between it. It's a complete revamp of the US
revamp is still going to have America operating as a country, a nation, and the people.
Yes.
Even if you think that the government should operate differently.
The founders never intended. The founders
put in measures to change the system
in which you had mixed direct democracy and a oligarchic style Senate. It's also with an executive
institute ways to change the system.
Constitutional amendments. Yes.
So that means that they understood that things could change, and in fact, because of the changing times and dynamics, sometimes they should change, could change, and should change. So
I don't think
these are illegal. Even if it were by means of like illegal means, you still wouldn't say unpatriotic, because the people that founded the nation engaged in illegal activities for the founding of the nation.
Sure, but these people openly advocate for at least some of them the bringing down the destruction of the United States from within. These people are anti-American, and I also. It's been this way for well over a century, but generally people today, I think the Democrat socialists are kind of like LARPer left-wing populists, but throughout history, they're generally pretty much against nationalism and any kind of national patriotism. In fact, that's really been their enemies. They went against the moderates, and of course they went against the right wing throughout history. So to say that they can be patriotic, no, they want to break down all of these hierarchical structures and having a nation that to be proud of and its people. They think that they see that as in a way as oppressive and as otherizing other groups of people. These people want to completely open up our fucking borders too. They've said that. They're not for America.
They also want to eliminate the police departments as well.
Yeah, I don't think these approaches, this approach to like categorizing your opponent that you disagree with in the like worst light possible, like pointing to the truth. I don't think that's very helpful. I don't think that's helpful if you ever hope to like have a meeting of the minds. And that in and of itself is something that would help the furtherance of the country, right? To have a meeting of the minds of the opposing sides, to come to like some form of agreement, and not this painting your enemy in the worst light possible. They just paint you as racist dummies, right? Unintelligent, racist dummies. You don't like that. So why engage in the same type of rhetoric?
When people
over simplistic rhetoric.
But nobody's doing that. That would be wrong if you're saying all lefties are radicals. But it's like saying, well, the DSA has always been kind of radical, just like the Nazis have. Most would say they're radical, even though not all right-wingers are. So no, it's pretty fair to label them a certain way because of what they've said and what they've done. And look, they were very active, particularly in the 60s. You can look at what they were even saying back then. This is not a moderate or in my opinion, sensible group of people.
Why do you guys think they're gaining traction?
I think they're gaining traction because they're signing up new voters 18 to 34. And I think the 18 to 34 age group is more about rich paying more taxes so they can get more services and don't have to work so much. And there's also a sense of entitlement. Everybody's entitled to a home. Everybody is entitled to a universal income. Everybody is entitled. Everybody is entitled. Everybody is entitled. And again, it's just my opinion. Everybody is not entitled. Everybody is not entitled to have nobody has a right to live in Beverly Hills or Manhattan. Now, everybody deserves a roof over their head. Everybody deserves food on the plate and warm heat in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. But that's where I draw the line.
Wait a minute, Steve.
Let me finish this out. One second. I wanted to add in to what Steve was saying. What Steve said, plus burgeoning wealth inequality that is worse than the Gilded Age, healthcare and food prices taking up at least 30% in each one. As I understand, healthcare prices are about 30% of overall paychecks.
Thank you. I forgot about healthcare.
Food prices, as I understand, food prices have gotten to about 25% of paychecks, and that hardship in America in populist times gives us more socialistic leaning candidates, in particular wealth inequality and inability to make a living wage. That for people will make them radical every time and twice on Sunday. So I think what Steve said plus what I said.
Beverly Hills, do you think it's
I said everybody does not have a right to
Correct.
do. I didn't say
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, yes. Do you think it's normal to have multiple cities in large metro areas where someone who is like of median income can't afford to live anywhere in the metro?
Well, that's just the point. I don't believe that is the case.
You don't think it's the case that there are cities where you can't live anywhere in the metro unless you make a lot of money?
I think it's the case where not everybody can afford to live in the best parts of the city. We can take Los Angeles, for example, and I pointed out Beverly Hills. There are 4 million people living in the city of Los Angeles, 11 million in the county. There are absolutely places in Los Angeles where people can afford to live. You want a specific example? You can get a 2-bedroom apartment for $2,000 a month. You can get a one in Los Angeles. I mean, the best places you're going to pay $4 or $5 grand for a 1-bedroom.
Wait, you can get a 1-bedroom for that little in Los Angeles? You cannot get it for that little in Boston, I'll tell you that.
Same thing is true for New York. You can have moderate income and live in New York.
$500K and
The level of antipathy.
You think my position is anti-American?
The level of antipathy towards your fellow Americans.
Wow.
That's absurd.
That they don't deserve to work hard and have their own home and to be constantly
That
under
is not what I said. That is not what I said.
That's definitely what you implied, that they don't deserve to.
You're just not listening.
They don't have the right to own a
Steve, why
home.
don't you tell them what
Is
you said?
insane.
He didn't even hear you.
That type of callousness is what's wrong with this country.
Repeat what I said before, and then you can to own a home in the best in location. Okay, everybody has the right to own a home as long as you can work for it and pay for it. Nobody has the right to be given a home, but everybody has the right, as I said, to have a home in Beverly Hills.
I don't know, man. I just looked it up. The median rent for a 1-bedroom in Boston is $3,000 to $4,000.
Yeah, but remember I said we weren't talking the median, we were talking you could find a place, not the median.
No, but I mean, that means that like there's probably almost no places that are 1,000. right? That's so far away from.
I did say 1,500 to 2,000, right?
I mean, that'd be hard to find. Right?
I mean, Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, there's places in the Midwest, perhaps, but major metropolitan, even here in Phoenix, where we were known for being pretty affordable. I mean, I think it'd probably be around the 2,500 range. But like the East Coast cities, I mean,
for a one bedroom, and you also have to factor in that like this. We're not talking about like kids who just graduate from college. A one bedroom is not big enough if you have kids, right? Like it's just not. And like boomers did not do that, right? They were not in one bedrooms with their kids, like by and large.
On the street that I live on,
income.
there are 800 square foot houses for well over $1 million.
Who can afford these $3,000 a month? What kind of income do they have to have?
I addressed the point that Steve made.
That's a very wise
Because I got
point.
moved down and over talked because he didn't like what I was saying.
Just don't
Really
interrupt.
simple. You're a weirdo, as usual.
Thank you. Just don't
Concrete, you're in
interrupt.
the
So
wrong
you interrupted
room,
me.
man. These people are way over your head.
Thank you. Michaela, want to say that again? Because that was a good point.
Yeah, I think you have to compare the median income to the median rent for whatever area you're looking at.
That's a brilliant point.
Yeah, that's not that like the average kid who didn't go. In fact, yeah, actually, we're still living in their bedrooms and have their children.
And at every level of housing. So it is not accurate to say that there are cities in which people cannot afford to live in a given income.
Boston is.
All right, now let me ask Adam a question. And Adam, I've been to Boston twice in my life. I know that is your wheelhouse. In your opinion, do you think everybody in the country, if they wanted to, has a right to live in Boston? And I don't mean 300 million people all converging on Boston.
Who is making this argument?
Let me rephrase. Does anybody in the country who wants to live in Boston, do they have an absolute right to live in Boston?
Who is making this argument?
The way I'll answer this, Steve, is when you were growing up and when you were an adult, when you turned 20 and 25, any person could in fact have lived in Boston. It was in fact affordable, right? So it's rich for people who didn't have to do this. It's not like you guys had to do this, right? Like you guys definitely didn't have to live in the times where you needed to have a graduate degree to find a place.
I think your answer is no, right, Adam?
This is so in the 90s.
Your answer is no.
If I'm interrupting you, Normo.
In the 90s,
right to live in Boston.
in the 90s, in the
I'd love to hear Adam just for a minute or two. I'd love to hear Adam respond.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the 90s and 2000s, a person who was, if you went to undergrad, you could certainly live in Boston and New York and not be super strapped in terms of your income. You couldn't live in the nicest. Obviously, I'm not saying that, right? But you could afford it. Like neither of my parents went to college, and they both own their home. No person who doesn't go to college now is buying a home in Boston. Period.
But can I
Because
ask a
they're not
question?
getting enough money. There's no way.
Adam, can I ask? My dad's from there. I've been to Boston several times. The last time I've been there is the early 2000s. I did hear that, like, for example, Southie, my dad grew up in the north end or whatever the fuck they call it, and have family in Revere. I remember Revere was supposedly a lot more affordable.
And that's one of the places that I stayed right near the beach. Love Revere.
So I'm just curious. It's my understanding. Is it true that like Southie and a lot of the lower income neighborhoods have been like they bulldozed a lot of that shit down and put like really expensive real estate there?
Yeah,
Is it affordable in places like Revere?
No, Revere is not affordable either. Median home price in Revere is $600K. I just looked it up. Right, so Revere is like the stereotype is it's like a poor area. Dude, the poorest parts of Boston have median home prices of like $500,000. I'm trying to tell you, you can't just say, well, you can go to a bad neighborhood and live there. Because that used to be an option. It is not an option now. You cannot just buy in a bad neighborhood. The bad neighborhood is expensive too.
This is just not accurate. This is like
So
you're
it's
just
not
making this up out of yourself.
It's not as expensive as a
There
nice
are
neighborhood.
people at every income level right now living in your city of Boston.
Yes, but those
And to
people,
pretend- okay.
those
So
people
that's the point that
own
we're
homes
making.
though.
And those
there
people
are
own
people
homes.
at every income level living in New York.
Yes, the
And there are
people
people at every income level living
in rent
Los Angeles.
subsidized in rent
I'm trying
subsidized
to-
apartments,
I'm
those
trying
are
to
incumbents.
It sounds like you don't have really a point. And
No,
the
I'm
question to you-
making my point just fine.
I don't think you made any point.
I am.
Steve
I'm
asked
speaking to
you, do you
Steve.
think everybody has a right to
So-
live in Boston?
so
And your
the-
answer is no, they don't.
The difference is that the people you are talking about are incumbents.
I'm not talking about any
a lot
people.
of in Boston, a lot of the people who don't make a lot of money who live in the cities, they own their own homes, so they're insulated from housing costs because they don't rent, right?
So
they don't
as
rent.
you're suggesting, there are
So-
poor people, middle income people,
Yes,
rich
and
people
and
living
there
in
are
Boston.
and a lot of the poor people are in projects, so
what
they
point
have
do you
their
make?
rent subsidized, right? But the
So what point do
same.
you think?
This isn't the same as like an individual trying to come in, right? They couldn't make a go of it
But
now
what point do
unless
you
they
make?
make a lot of money, right? So that's the. I
Yeah.
think people understand my point.
Yeah.
I don't think
What is
you
cost?
understand your point.
What has caused the cost of housing to go up?
I got what you were saying, Adam.
It can.
Well, that one's easy. That one's easy. It's called supply and demand.
That's right, and people are paying these higher prices. If they can't afford it, the prices are gonna come down, right?
The thing that's making the costs go up is that we've had in all of the major cities a massive influx of industry, which used to have like the suburban office park as the center of the organization of corporations. In a lot of the major cities, the companies have moved back directly into the cities proper. And the cities were downzoned in the 70s during the white flight era. So all of the major cities now have less population than they did in the 1950s, even though things are way more expensive because they've been downzoned. So you have entire neighborhoods which were bulldozed with urban renewal and replaced with much less dense housing or commercial districts. And there's simply not as much housing in the cities as there used to be. So like
Yeah.
Boston's like 100K off. It's maximum number that it ever had in like the 40s, even with the housing being so expensive.
Yeah, but it's not just in the major cities that the cost of housing is almost out of reach.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah, apparently you can make $100 grand in Los Angeles and still be homeless.
That's right. So what is causing the cost to stay so high if people can't afford it?
What I've read is 2008 financial crash. We had I don't know if people remember the 99 weekers. They were disproportionately people working in construction because remember when the crash happened, obviously it was a housing crash after the financial crash, and you had people who worked in the construction fields just leave the field entirely because it was for years, right? And we stopped building housing even though millennials were coming online as adults in 2008. And we simply are way behind.
It is so $1 million on the oceanfront. And 4 years later, I doubled my money and sold it for $2 million. The house I'm in now, I bought for $1 million. And now I'm only on a creek, and it's only worth. It took 20 years to double. It took 20 years.
I also think it's the fact that we're in a situation where you know how like people present the graph that says that the middle class is shrinking, and it's because a significant share of what would have been middle class have moved into the upper middle class. I think that's correct, but I think the way that they're kind of fact that means that then lower middle class people, the ones who didn't move up, because now you have this. The upper middle class, they just totally displace the leftover remnants of the middle class, and they can fill up entire metros in a way that wasn't true before, right? So the housing becomes very bifurcated, and the people at the upper middle class income are simply outcompeted.
And I would argue that the middle class is not disappearing, it is widening. That the middle class is just becoming bigger. And by the way, if somebody's going to ask, and I will tell you, my understanding, the definition of the middle class is that which makes two-thirds of the median income at the low end and twice the median income at the high end. So at the start of this year, if memory serves correct, that would be between $60,000 and $200,000 a year is the middle class, which bolsters my opinion that the middle class is widening, not disappearing.
But the difference is, like, people who make 60K can't live in the same neighborhoods as people who make 200K, right? Like,
unless you're a two-income family and you have two people making 60K, then that's 120K.
Also, some cities provide for things like affordable housing, so they give people who have limited income housing in the same buildings where they're charging people full rent. That's a big New York feature.
Steve is wrong, right? Like, people with two incomes on 60K don't live on 60K, they live on 120K. They're not 60K income, just mathematically, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So, kind of definitionally, we're not talking about the same people.
Well, all I can say is this: look, if you, I mean, what's the average income today?
Somewhere around 60K. 67, somewhere around that.
Fair enough. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. $25 an hour, 40-hour week is 50K.
Wait, most people don't make 50K as a single earner.
Yeah, you said they make 60K.
No, I said they make 60K as a family income. Right.
Well,
the average income as an individual earner is like 35K.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. Yes, positive. Median income in the United States for a family is like, or for a household is like, it's like 70K.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
The might of thy breath, supreme and terrible. I adore thee.
God eternal, He begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto Him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
God eternal, He begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto Him anyone. Unity on the most. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, He begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto Him anyone.
and the token berry. Slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beast come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am of steel, I race on the rocks, through souls discovered to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. To us thou wilt as a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me up, and I am born to death on the horn of the wait, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, fire to thine iron. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. To solstice, govern to equinox. And I rave, and I rave, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, maiden on the might of man. Pan, pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou makest the heart, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, saying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowers. My son, thou shalt not do amiss, if thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Then let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Faith, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No out of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God.
All these things in one or power. Time that the midnight blossom flowers.
My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I'll leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny pie, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, Eopan, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt as a great God, and open. Eopan, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. Dogs withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Gold of thy flock, I am gold, I am God.
8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the wonder of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow,
so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless calm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in blossom flowers. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Going on, going on, give me the sign of the open eye, token erector, thorny thigh, and word madness and mystery. Open, open, open. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 open. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopard, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopard, Eopard, Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan. Open, open, pan, pan, open,
My mom paid $108 a month rent. I remember it very vividly.
Mm-hmm. Is there still rent control in New York?
There still is rent control in New York and rent stabilization.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And it's not only that, there's also affordable housing. So if you're an immigrant, like the cab driver or Uber driver I had the other night, you put your name on a list, and over time, you get to live in affordable housing in a beautiful area with all kinds of services. There were also things like Stuyvesant Town families. So, yes, New York is an interesting juxtaposition of rich and poor and middle class. So I'm not saying that...
Why do they compare the rest of the country to Houston or Los Angeles?
Definitely. I agree.
Well, all I mean by it's harder to compare is because it's so big and because there are so many industries there. If you look at where I live and you were to compare it to Houston, there are just a lot of different things. Like we have more working class people who live in the Rio Grande Valley than I would say make up a good part of Houston, right? About 3.5 million people, something like that. And Houston's got a couple million people in it. Just the bigger cities, while they're very diverse and very business set.
East to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. God's rigid dust thou mayst abhor, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the brethren below, easy, regular, and slow, so that by being in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a wingless palm. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, and tense and keen turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slave and God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the longness is, before its flame the expression shoots like glance to rapture's darkling root. This high conscious loss, yes, to the heart I leave thee. Follow of the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the sea. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still,
bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the fitted ways that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless spark. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Entrance and kingdom in one midst, no phantom of seas. Six, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling room. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token mystery. Opani, 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 opan, pan, pan, pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, has a great opan, pan, pan. I am awake. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdrew to death on the horn. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gone, I am gone. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With you succeed in thy race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I reap and I reap and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money, king, maiden, maiden, man in the might of give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh.
as the great God can open your pen, your pen, your pen, pen. I am away in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Your pen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, your Pan, Pan, I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. In the might of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan, your Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst avort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to one love profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, sound like a flame stricken and stirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still the ecstasy, prolonged by meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things that were overpowered, timed as a midnight blossom flood. The oneness is yes, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoots, that glance to wax of darklings, discarding name, form, sight and stress, even of this high consciousness. Yes, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance, thy rules of fire.
brother of.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny eye and the word of madness and mystery. O pan, me o pan, we o pan, me o pan pan, pan pan pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, me o pan, me o pan, me o pan, me o pan pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, the old man. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maideth man. In the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm give, easy, regular, and slow tune, with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch, intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still an ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong. From the chosen act, lost all these things in one outpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star, Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and a word of madness and mystery, O Pan, Pan, I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beasts come, O Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy knight, power to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through strong sticks stubborn, to equinox everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am blood, and flesh to thy bone, and flower to thy rock. Hoofs of steel I rip, and I rend ever
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Iopan, 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 pam, 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 I am a nun. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, 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 Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast come, upon I am born. To death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Iopan, Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy maid, I am thy man. Good of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy Lord. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reign, and I reign, and I reign, and I reign, everlasting world without end. Mani king, maiden, maynard none, in the might of Pan. Iopan, pan, 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 pan. Iopan, Iopan, pan, 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 pan. Iopan. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten.
Nor is there like unto him anyone
Who that
he uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee.
God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity of the most.
I adore the might of the breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity of the most. So adore the might of the breath, supreme and terrible God, who made us the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the rags of fondness and mystery. Pum, 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 I am unknown. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, pum, 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of this day. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast coming upon. I am born to death company upon. I am thy mate, I am thy man, God of thorn, flower to thy rocks, discovered to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end, in the might of Ashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great bee on me a pen, I am born to dance on the horn of the unicorn. I am pen. On the rocks, to show an everlasting one. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soul. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one powered, timed at the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, the expression shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the foot. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn by being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolonged,
Thy attention from the chosen act.
last all these things in one or power. Time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star.
mind, and the toe can erect a thorny pine, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw, dogs withdraw. The great beast comes, Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, with hooves of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abhor the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being tuned with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slay even gods should he distract thy attention from the chosen last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rules afar, O brother of the silver star. Pray.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance,
Hour after hour thy vigilance.
intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
Small like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
All right, it's been the John Kitover Band. We're going to put on Clownhouse 4 o'clock break. Here we go.
Announced that there is just one party. They called it in Farsi it's Rastafis of Iranians, the party name. So Shah had one party system and every Iranian has to. So Shah politically wasn't at all liberal, although
I don't disagree with you on this. I can't argue with you on that. I remember, but what the Ayatollah promised was a big lie. He promised a revolution that would care for the people, that would promote freedom, that would give the kinds of things that you and I both love, democracy and rule-based order and free trade. And what he brought instead was a insane, apocalyptic, genocidal, expansion, imperialistic.
Wikipedia, I don't know if that's still a valid source.
We moved a little beyond it.
No, we're looking, but on 19, ooh, dang, we're coming up, are we on the anniversary then?
Yeah, I was talking.
You know, whatever, just let me read it.
August 19.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, I was speaking. On August 19th, 1953, somebody do the math, is that 76 years ago? The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and British intelligence, MI6, orchestrated a coup d'etat codenamed Operation Ajax and Operation Boot that overthrew.
Not accurate.
Hold on, man. If I can. I'm just reading history, sir.
No, you're reading Wikipedia, and you've already corrected.
I'm just reading the history that overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. I can't say his name correctly. Yeah, thanks. Okay. The joint operation strengthened the absolute rule of pro-Russian monarch Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The coup happened because the Prime Minister, Mossadegh, nationalized Iran's oil industry in 1951 cutting out the British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company, later known as British Petroleum. I'll land.
Yeah, but we moved back to that was, and that was in the year 1953. We've already disproven that, by the way.
That was in the year 1953, and Iran had a democracy.
Well, so actually, motivates is on the parliament.
No, they had a democracy there. They had a democracy.
You're wrong, sir. The prime minister is on the parliament.
You're wrong, sir.
The prime minister is on the parliament.
You're wrong. They put the Shah of Iran in charge.
He was already in charge.
No, he wasn't in charge. He was not already in charge before that. No, he represented a separate political party.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he was the Shah before the coup, right? And there was a fight about who controls the actual government. So when the coup, when the first coup failed, when he left Iran, it kind of gave him more power.
When who left Iran?
The Shah. So the Shah, at the time, the Shah and Mossadegh, they left Iran. So when they left,
what year was that?
It made them look more powerful.
What year was that?
This was, I guess it was, he said August 19th, 1953. But this was, I think.
The Shah, when the Shah took office, then over the country.
He was already in office.
So
yeah, but he was in office outside. He was in office outside of what Iran actually had. You got to understand that. No, that is correct because America, the country I was born in, was trying to confiscate all their oil. Point blank.
No, they didn't confiscate.
Yes, they did.
They did not confiscate.
Yes, they did. Down there in the UK, you are inaccurate. You know what I'm saying? You've been trying to paint. You gotta understand that I've been under your opinion that I even shouldn't be speaking. This guy is trying to give America a clean bill of what they're trying to do.
Clean bill, but I think you got it fucked up. The Shah existed before the coup. You do understand that, right?
Say that the Shah didn't exist, but he wasn't in full power.
Right. So the
Shah of Iran, because it would be more conducive for America to be able to get the oil. You know, because you got to understand that America was already over there, like the Shah of Iran did exist. You know what I'm saying? But they were over there to get the oil. That's the whole point.
That part of what you're saying is 100. It doesn't matter. The Shah, she is correct that the Shah wasn't in
Iran. I did not. Are you saying that because I'm saying that I'm in the denial of that?
No.
The Shah of Iran in 1953 was not in total control. In 1952, in 1951, he was not in total control.
1953 is when they went after. Never mind.
So what I was trying to say, if you just let me say it, she is correct, Shu, that he had fled the country and then returned to power. But you are correct in that the Shah was not in total control of Iran by any stretch of the imagination, and that it was a coup for oil, which is the reason over the past. This was 73 years ago. And 73 years, the amazing thing, 73 years ago today, we were fighting out over oil. And still to this day, we are in the Middle East fighting, raping, and killing and pillaging people over oil. It was completely amazing.
This is not accurate at all. And I'm surprised that you don't like your
part of the cause for that coup now. We can't deny that.
So let's look at history, because I love history, right? Because history is 2020 in hindsight. This was billed as the worst decision in United States history, the decision that Eisenhower made. This is history. This ain't got nothing to do with Clubhouse. These are reports and studies that analyze the decision made.
It was a bad decision. It was a bad decision.
Which decision?
His whole decision, everything he made regarding the project. I'm sorry?
Which decision are you referring to?
All of the decisions regarding the debacle that we're in today, well, how it started, its genesis.
Oh, the things in now.
Look, I can't, bro. I'm moving around. I ain't gonna go back and forth. I'm making my factual statements. I'm bouncing in and out.
Okay.
Like, do your homework, fam.
So who made a bad decision? All right, sure. Who made a bad decision?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower explain it better because I don't think anybody here is actually coming with good. Like, I don't know.
No,
I don't think none of y'all have good faith. Maybe Trent does, and he may not be.
But yeah, I know the story. It's Operation Ajax and Operation Boot. I've talked about it for quite some time. They were actual operations, but we didn't know it at the time.
We all know about that.
Yeah,
we went past that, man.
Well, no. This is the part that El Normo is denying happened, and I'm agreeing with Rambo. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision because it was. This is not the only place where we interdicted in. But it was a terrible decision to go and overthrow democratically elected governments for our own good, for our own gain.
Well, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. We supported the Shah. We supported the legitimate leader for the country.
Hang on.
We didn't overthrow.
Okay, wait. So the support of Shaw came from Mossadegh nationalizing the oil. Because remember, Britain had a play in their oil market. So once he nationalized it, similar to something that Venezuela tried to do. But once he nationalized it, it became a problem for the UK. So then the UK says, I'm going to fucking put sanctions on this goddamn country. Then I'm going to talk to my homeboys in the US, and we're going to figure this shit out because we want our money. So like, I don't know why El Normo said that it wasn't about oil.
No, I said it wasn't the coup. What they read from Wikipedia is absolutely wrong. No, it wasn't. Because the constitutional right, the Shah dismissed Mossadegh, and he has a constitutional right to do
the documents that have been declassified by the American government.
Yeah.
Hold on. The documents from the 19th. Hold on. Yes.
Yeah.
The documents that have been.
I'll tell you why. Because the Shah, under the Constitution, my point. See if you disagree.
The documents.
We all can't talk at once.
Yeah, the document. So the Shah had the constitutional right to dismiss Mossadegh, and he did so. That is not a coup, sir.
The documents from the American government and the people that were in charge of the time say in their own biographies and their own volition that this was a coup. We have names.
According to who? What document is in there?
Sir, we have names of the operation that did it. And it's a pattern point. Hang on.
Which document is that? Which document?
I think that the order from Eisenhower. Sorry. Just.
I'm not done speaking.
Oh, sorry.
And to Patty's point, we just witnessed the same thing happen in Venezuela over oil. And I'll land.
But
y'all can talk about it.
But okay, so let's say he could have done that because they've done that in the past. But during that time, like, you can't say they were an absolute monarchy. They weren't an absolute monarchy. So I don't. Some of us need to Google this shit, but I don't think they were an absolute monarchy at the time because I remember seeing the videos where he actually kinged himself and then said, like, weren't y'all like some Democrat monarch? I don't know, some shit like that. But I don't think y'all were absolute monarchy back then. So I don't think that it would have been. I don't think that was legal. I'm not saying it wasn't.
And the Shah was not
I'm gonna talk over her.
So
Where can I go?
because in between this in monarchy, that it was that very point.
During the 1951, 52, and even into 53, it was a democracy. It wasn't no monarch. It didn't become a monarch until the Shah of Iran.
So, sure, they had a monarchy pre.
Point to it. Point to it. Okay. I'm gonna go look it up.
Look it up, baby. And she's right. So I think the Shah might have been, and this is what I'm saying think. I think he might have been mimicking what happened in the past, but that was, I don't think this was legal. We can't hear you. Speak up, Igor. It might be, you're on Bluetooth. You better stop buying the machine Bluetooth.
But I checked right now, and the order from Eisenhower to approve Operation Ajax, according to the declassified documents, has been signed in June 53, and Parliament was dismantled by Mossadegh in August 53, and the Farman, how you say in English, the decree, the royal decree to get rid of Mossadegh was in early August 53. So, I mean, if we remove the time stamp from the events, then we can portray or come up with any story that we want. But there has been a plot by Americans and Brits to overthrow democratically elected government. Shah fled the country after the first attempt got kind of because when actually let me put it this way. Let me organize my mind and put it this way. Why it is cool? Because we had constitutional monarchy, and after that we had more or less absolute monarchy. We had ordinary people going to parliament and becoming prime minister through a system of the parties and the various parties in the country, and we didn't. So it quacks like a coup, it swims like a coup, and it swims like a coup. So it's a coup, it's a duck. I mean,
again, this is not really afterwards, because it was Mossadegh who was installing himself. He didn't make a deal. He just tried to steal the oil. That isn't going to fly. I'm sorry.
Well,
I would like to read.
No, you're gonna read after TS speaks. Like, I don't know what's going on here.
But if we go back, the original Shah actually gave and granted all the rights to the infrastructure away. It was the original Shah.
But he didn't give them away. He gave a deal. They get money, and the people who take the oil get money. It wasn't really giving it away. Remember, they didn't have the ability to extract the oil. That's why people allow American and British companies and such companies in, because they don't have the technology to extract the oil. If they knew how to do it, they would have done it without the U.S. and Britain and the Netherlands.
Speak now. May I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In regards to what you're saying now, that is true. They may not have the equipment. But first of all, let me read what I have come across. My question was there a democracy? That's my first question. In Iran during the 51 to 53. And it says yes. Iran had a parliamentary constitutional system led by the democratically elected prime minister.
Then he's a
Excuse me.
Then he's a parliament.
Okay. My sister, how come you don't say something when he comes in and interrupts me? Okay, Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. However, it was fragile and tense constitutionally monarchy facing severe economic pressures from the British. You can add the US to that because they did it, from the British oil embargo, and a tense political power struggle between Mossadegh and the Shah Mohammed Reza Pahlavi. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why you had that is that the Shah was siding with the US and with British. You know what I'm saying? So all the sanctions and everything else that was coming in is going to be against the prime minister at that particular time. But all the prime minister was requesting is that, hey, if you're going to come and deal and, bring your equipment and dig up in the oil, at least let it be of some beneficial. 50%, I heard it. Excuse me. Shut the hell up, man. You're going to get your turn to speak. 50%, at least national for the people that was a part of the nation. That's what all that was. And because they refused, that's when you had the so-called coup, and they put the Shah of Iran. So now, point blank. And that's all I'm saying. So the Shah of Iran came into power. I'm not saying that he had certain elements within Iran already. And the prime minister was saying, well, listen, let's hold up here. I mean, you're taking everything and you're not giving nothing back. That was the whole problem. So they went through this whole situation with the Shah of Iran once he got in full power, right? Because, the United States and British have a way in which they can give arms, they can put sanctions on the government and so forth and so on. That's how they squeeze. An example of that, Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? So my point is that it would change, the climate would change, the political climate would change when Shah Iran. That's when all of Iran became a full monarchy, and he ruled for like 20 plus years, 25 years, until they overthrew the Shah of Iran. But the hatred, and I'll land here, the hatred.
So the last statement you made, when it became a monarchy, it formerly was a monarchy.
No.
Did you find the previous dynasty?
No.
Kind of.
It's always been a monarchy. It's just a change that happened right now.
So you're saying there was nobody, there was no elected official?
So they would appoint.
By the people? I'm asking the question. Was there an elected official by the people?
It was an absolute.
Was there? So there was no voting.
Like they have a monarchy in the UK, but it's not absolute. That's what we're explaining to you.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, was there an voting system at that particular time? Was there somebody that was electorally voted in to be the prime minister?
So
over the people.
Let me slow it down.
You keep going back to the monarchy. I'm trying to ask you.
Let me slow down.
Go ahead.
When we say absolute monarchy, that means that the king makes all the decisions. When that was eliminated, that means that there's, in their case, a parliament that is brought on board, where now the decisions are made in conjunction because it became a constitutional monarchy. It can look in a variety of ways. So in the first dynasty, the absolute monarchy was rejected and abolished. That was the very point that it came in. In that predates Reza. That's what we're trying to say.
But constitutional monarchy, actually we have this constitutional revolution which has happened around, was absolute monarchy before 1907, and the constitutional revolution happened around 1907 or 1908. And Mossadegh is in 1953.
Okay, but I'm asking, was there ever a democracy type of government, even with the parliament? Because we have that, we got Congress. Okay, but bottom line, was there ever a democracy where there was a deciding vote by the people of Iran, where they would elect a prime minister? I understand that when you go to 1908 and 1907, there was a dictatorship at that particular time. That's how the governments, European governments, including America, was able to get inside of Iran. I'm talking about, is there a democracy that was formulated and that was done ever during that time from 1907 all the way to 1953? Was there a time? You're trying to escape.
No, I explained it to you. So listen, I explained it to you. And so because
you didn't answer my question.
So I'm trying to again explain to you again. Because I explained it to you and you rejected what I said. That's why chaos came up and gave you dates. So we know in linear movement, 1906, 1907 comes before 1940s. So he's telling you at that time, that's when the shift happened. That's when they were allowed to pick their own representatives up. It doesn't fit your narrative, and that's okay. At this point, half of the people on stage will more than half know the information. If you don't receive it, we can move on. It's fine.
And Tita in the chat. That's bad.
That's just like most FBAs try to wipe out the fact, you know what I'm saying, that slavery really did something to us, point blank, and try to wipe out the previous history before FBA, before America. That's what you...
Before Pahlavi was Qajar, which was really absolute monarchy. They are very well known for mismanagement, not caring about Iran territorial integrity, and so on and so forth. And they are not very well known how
Reza Shah was the former foreign minister of that dynasty.
Wait,
Yes, Reza Shah was foreign minister.
Pahlavi dynasty. However, a few years before that, Iranian royal system turned into a constitutional monarchy. Reza Shah is a person who you can dispute if he was a dictator. However, he brought modernization, and also he reconstructed Iran. He took over the power and built Iran from two. Reza Shah starts to sympathize with Nazi Germany, and then Iran gets invaded by the Allies. I think it's 1942 or 43. I don't remember the exact date. Allies overthrew Reza Shah. They sent him to exile, and they bring his son Mohammad Reza as a Shah. They installed his son as a Shah. Throughout that time, Iran is a developing country, rapidly developing country, and it is a constitutional monarchy up until to the point which is 1953. I mean, as Iranian, you cannot deny that Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah played a big role in developing Iran. However, Mohammad Reza Shah
was the transitional period between Qajar and Pahlavi? Can you explain?
What do you mean, Peter?
The transitional period that the first minister of war became the prime minister. Then they chose him to become the king, but he wanted to be still the prime minister. They were fighting inside that national assembly. It was a conditional national assembly, and there was a convention in Tehran between the other states in that time, and they chose him based on what I heard.
That's also correct. Peter is
and the transitional period was much more safer than what Mohammad Reza did. It was a sudden fall, the Khomeini took the power. It is pros and cons. Both of them has advantages and disadvantages.
Well, the fact is that in the aftermath, the democratic experiment did not survive much longer. By August 1953, it stated, the internal political frame combined with a covert joint operation by the CIA and British intelligence. "26 years.
Mossadegh was from the Qajar dynasty. His blood. He was a PhD of law from Sudan, Paris.
Any other comments?
It's open, says it's going to become a U.S. territory. Iran's lead negotiator says it's closed. And he said it will stay closed until the U.S. lifts its naval blockade. Are we at a standstill right now? What's actually going on?
It's a standstill. I mean, one of the big problems is people using terms like open and closed because they've been sort of going through. The U.S. military is still helping to coordinate with a small number of ships that are going through who want to coordinate with the U.S. military. But there are other ships that are trying to go through. And we are still seeing Iran on a daily basis launch projectiles, primarily drones at this point, but they still have the ability to launch cruise missiles at ships that are going through. In fact, today, one of the maritime monitoring organizations says that one of those projectiles hit a ship and caused damage to the engine room. So we know it is still a very dangerous waterway, but there are ships that are going through. And we just have to get away from this sort of, it's either open or it's closed. It's basically in
is ready to shift to what they call a fully offensive military posture because the talks have stalled. How can they be in any sort of offensive military position if, as the president claims, their military's been completely destroyed?
Because it hasn't been destroyed. So, yes, a lot of it was badly damaged and some of it was destroyed, but Iran has maintained the ability to keep producing more drones. They have maintained enough missile launchers to still have at least some offensive capability, and they still have drones that have been in reserves. Ceasefire, or this period since the major combat operations ended, which has now been going on for months, Iran has been able to dig out some of the things that they intentionally buried during the conflict or during combat, and then in some cases they've been able to dig out some things that were buried by U.S. and Israeli strikes. And they've been able to move things around, to reconstitute a little bit. They were very badly damaged militarily, but they were not completely destroyed. So the question is, what will an offensive posture look like? Now, it will likely just, if any, what we've seen them do over the last several weeks, they'll probably continue to lash out inside the Strait of Hormuz. The concern is that they will lash out against U.S. allies and U.S. installations in the region, as we have also seen them do in recent weeks and months. The question is the scale. And, how big will they go here? Or will their offensive posture just be a posture of U.S. or Israeli action?
And part of the administration's goal here was to try and isolate Iran, cut them off from the rest of the world. But our colleague Dan DeLuce is reporting that Russia is actually supplying Iran with explosives and other weapons components. What can you tell us about Moscow's basically implicit, involvement in this war, especially because the president claims to have
not at all surprising in the gritty, sometimes lethal capabilities to U.S. adversaries. They like to see us to say, Vladimir Putin, Russia, you need to stop providing lethal components or any kind of lethal aid to Iran that could be used against U.S. and U.S. allies. Well, Putin could turn around and say, well, the U.S. and allies have to stop providing lethal components to Ukraine that they're using against Russian soldiers here. And then what does the U.S. say about that? It's true that the U.S. is not directly providing weapons and equipment that they were under President Biden, but they are still selling them to NATO, which is this NATO component that's providing it to Ukraine. So that is a very difficult issue for the United States to have to deal with right now, and some NATO allies as well.
Okay, Courtney, thanks for that. Up next, I go one-on-one with a Democratic challenger
Any comments on the territory, U.S. territory of Hormuz?
She was clearly a Democrat.
Thank you, Peter. All right.
District that has an 11-term incumbent, Debbie Wasserman Schultz running in it. That's in a primary where the debate on redistricting and diversity in Congress is front and center. Former Broward County Mayor Dale Hollis is standing by. Don't go anywhere. This is Meet the President. Welcome back. We are turning our attention back to Florida, where redistricting has scrambled today's primaries, including the 20th congressional district, where a crowded field of Democrats is looking to unseat 11-term Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. The 20th district has long been represented by a black Democrat, and her decision to run there after her current district was essentially eliminated has angered some candidates and black leaders in the party. Joining me now is one of the candidates in that race, the former Broward County Mayor Dale Hollis. Mayor, thank you for being here. Voting is already underway. Just talk to me about your feeling about this race. What's your message to folks who may have not gone to the polls yet?
Well, I was actually out at the polls. I came in to do this. You see me dressed in my uniform for getting voters out. Those who have not come out yet need to know that their vote is their voice. And if they want to have a voice in what happens in our country, they need to be at the polls voting. It's a bit slow, but people are coming out now. Today we are pushing, we're making phone calls. I was out at several of the voting sites. We're knocking doors still. We're doing what we need to do to get the vote out. It's not this race. And by the way, we're not in the same poll for a long time today. Both of us trying to get votes.
Well, let's talk about the Congresswoman's role in all of this. She's gotten quite a bit of pushback from this decision, but she's trying to make the argument that she would bring her congressional experience and her seniority to this seat. What would your response be to that?
My response would be that's why she should have run in 22, because that could help the Democrats take the House back and make Jim Jeffries the Speaker of the House. She is more poised because she had more money. She raised $3.3 million. I raised the most at almost $400,000. No one else had that much money in order to take on District 22, where a Republican will now probably have a better chance. As she ran there, would have kept that seat and pushed back on Trump and DeSantis' efforts to reduce the people's choice as to who their representative is for those two districts.
All right, let's talk about representation. And obviously, there's a concern about the lack or the dwindling number of African Americans in Congress. I know it's something the Congressional Black Caucus is very concerned about, especially given recent court rulings. In this situation here, do you think it was a missed opportunity for you and the other Black candidates in the race to not consolidate around a single candidate? I know there were discussions about that. Do you wish that you had done that to provide a better shot at an African American winning this race?
You're absolutely right. And in those meetings, I offered to be the person who would step out if data showed that I was a weaker candidate than any of the others. In fact, at the time, I had $312,000 in the accounts. No one else had more than $23,000. And that, facing someone with, at the time, $2.8 million, didn't make sense. There was no polling data that showed me behind. I actually qualified by petition, which means the community signed documents to say I should be the one. None of the others have that. I have the experience of being the mayor of Broward County. 2 million people at the time of COVID, saving lives. We had less deaths in Broward County than they did in Miami-Dade or Palm Beach County because I brought the communities together, leaders from every segment of our community to face that virus down and to ensure that we save lives and protect livelihoods at the same time, not shutting down our county totally.
Let's talk about redistricting. That's obviously played such a significant role in this race and other races around Florida. It's going to have an impact on who holds the majority at the end of these midterms. We've seen other blue states respond by gerrymandering their states to make their districts more favorable to Democrats. Do you think that's the right response, or should there be some sort of even perhaps federal level intervention to prevent this mid-decade redistricting and try and move toward a more independent redistricting effort?
Well, I think that what we're doing as a nation is not the right thing. We shouldn't be choosing who the voters are. We should allow them to choose us. So I would say both of us. But as a Democrat, you can't surrender to what the other side does. You have to go fight back. And that's what the Democrats are doing. We initiated this war of redistricting, of gerrymandering. They did. And for us to then lay down our arms and say we won't do anything makes no sense to me as a Democrat. When we need to have people in office that care more about the American people than about mega corporations, than fighting wars, which has driven up the cost of our living. Gas prices are crazy. This administration is doing some reckless things that are hurting on what's going on here. And I tell you, our economy is not going where it needs to go. We need to make sure that we have people in office of diverse background, lived experience, and representation is important. Diversity and inclusion strengthens us. It doesn't weaken us at all. And what this administration is doing to roll back the voice of the people is not right. What the Republicans are doing to roll back the voice is not right. But again, we need to make sure that we can get to 218 seats to take the House back and to put policies in place that put people first. That's what I've been about in my 18 years of service as a public servant to the people of South Florida, serving as a commissioner and as mayor of Broward County, growing the economy, providing services.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Helping the poor businesses.
Can I ask you just one quick question before we go? We only have about 30 seconds left. There's been a kind of a struggle in your party right now between the progressive wing and the moderate wing of the party. What will you do to bring those two sides together, to unite as Democrats moving forward?
Well, if we focus first on getting results for the people, not necessarily being ideologues, but finding a way forward. And there are times when you have to compromise in order to get to where you need to go. When I passed the additional homestead exemption to reduce the taxes for seniors, it took me 2 tries to get the whole thing. I did a half first and then another half to ensure that our seniors' taxes on their property was reduced. And a Republican joined me in that. So we can find common ground, but we should not surrender our principles. We should not surrender what's in the best interest of the American people. And too often, the Republicans have lost touch. They're out of touch with the reality of the cost of living that people suffer through. They're out of touch with how we grow our economy, not by giving $1 trillion tax cut to the wealthiest people. When President Clinton did a tax reform, it put money in the middle class pocket and it grew our economy, balanced the budget.
All right, we gotta go, Mayor. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good luck tonight. We appreciate it. We'll have you back if you win. And we'll, of course, be tracking this race going forward. Thank you, sir. As we mentioned, Steve Kornacki will have special coverage of tonight's results on NBCNews.com.
Any comments, y'all? Okay. Continue to bite.
YouTube. After the break, speaking of Florida's primaries, one of Palm Beach's most high-profile residents, President Trump, voted by mail in today's election, despite his repeated claims that mail-in voting is crooked as hell and should be banned. Our panel's going to weigh in on that. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. As we mentioned, it is election day in Florida, and despite his repeated and baseless claims that mail-in voting is cheating, President Trump cast a mail-in ballot in Florida for today's primary. The White House defending the move while simultaneously pushing for the Save America Act, which would put new restrictions on mail-in voting, but won't ban it, which is what the president wants. The White House said, quote, as President Trump has said, the Save America Act has common sense exemptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel, but universal mail-in voting should not be allowed because it's highly susceptible to fraud. To be clear, there's no evidence at all that voting by mail is highly susceptible to fraud. Joining me now is our panel. As you mentioned, is the Washington bureau chief for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Sanjay Goel, the Democratic strategist and the CEO of with the president's kind of double standard here. David, are we past this point where maybe he says something and does something different?
I suppose people are questioning it, except the people who are most loyal to the president. I think when he cites the travel exemption for himself, saying people like me who travel, it just doesn't ring, true. It doesn't ring like that really makes sense because we know he travels easily. He has planes, multiple at his beck and call. He can get to Florida, probably wheels up the wheels down in 3 hours.
And he does it pretty frequently.
It does it frequently. He looked to be about something different than just, feeling like it's fraudulent. Because if you really believe that, and you can vote in person if you wanted to, you would. He does not.
So let me try to frame this question for you a little bit differently, because when you talk to the president, he argues that part of the reason Republican voters aren't enthusiastic about this election is because they can't get the Save America Act passed. That it's the most important thing to Republican voters. So here he is saying one of the things that needs to be done is limitations put on mail-in voting, but then he turns on and mail-in votes himself. Is he undercutting his own argument by doing that?
I think that President Trump, this is something that he's going to take to his grave. We've seen over and over again Republicans all around the country have taken advantage of the early voting, mail-in voting, and I suspect that that's going to continue. The biggest story for me, though, coming out of Florida is whether or not we're going to have the first black governor of Florida in Byron Donalds, or whether or not the Democrats, whether or not Deborah Wasserman Schultz actually wins down in Florida, because she's running in a majority black district against black candidates, and those black candidates down there have a problem with her. So I'm actually interested to see whether or not the white candidate actually beats the black candidate.
Well, we can talk about those other issues, but I want to stay on this mail-in voting issue. Sanjay, how should Democrats handle this?
So President Trump, he's a Republican who votes by mail. I'm a Democrat who votes by mail. This should not be a partisan issue, and that's what we should be talking about. We all want our elections to be safe,
fair, and accessible. So that is what we need to be focusing on. And we know that vote by mail helps people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, people who travel, people who don't travel. And that's what we need to focus on, is the work that is actually going to continue to safeguard our elections, and not these baseless claims about fraud. If it was fraudulent, you wouldn't be doing it. So you cannot keep sending the people in the country all of these mixed signals. It does not help anybody. All right, let's turn now to a development on the campaign trail. I don't know if anybody had this on their bingo card.
Any comments about this? Second. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going.
Who's going to the early states, but it was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was in all places via Iowa, stumped in for Congressman Zach Nunn in his personal capacity. It still seems pretty unusual for a defense secretary to find himself in that position, isn't it? It is really unusual for a defense secretary, because most defense secretaries historically have avoided politics. They've been too busy focused on the mission of managing our armed forces. I think we should pause here to note we are at war with Iran. We are still trying to figure out what's going on with Israel and Gaza. We are still looking at what's happening in Venezuela and a lot of other places. And our defense secretary is campaigning in his personal capacity. I think it shows that our defense secretary, who's really like in TV and kind of being out front, he doesn't have the same type of military brass that previous defense secretaries have, and maybe his priorities may be a little bit different than previous defense secretaries. I think he's really contemplating a run for president, or maybe even some other political office. I think he's contemplating what happens after Trump. And with the resume of Pete Hegseth as defense secretary, he just doesn't. To ask about this district that he's in, though, right? Congressman Zach Nunn this is Democrats view this as a big opponent. Sarah is one of our alums, so she has made this district competitive. So they are out there too, because the big scare is scared, and they should be, because Sarah is amazing, but it's also a testament to the environment. People want elected leaders in Congress who are going to fight for them, and this is one of the things that we've done right as Democrats with building the bench, having someone like Sarah who can go in and make this district competitive. So I am really excited to see what happens, and sending the Secretary of Defense there, he should be getting us out of all of these horrible foreign situations that we are in, that we have to be honest about are negatively impacting our economy, that makes districts like this competitive. All right, Blake, I want to turn to Texas now. The news out of Texas today is that James Tallarico's campaign has hired the former legislative director of Senator John Cornyn, who's of course the incumbent Republican there, Jacob Smith. Should this be setting off alarm bells for Republicans in Texas, that you have a Republican willing to go work for the Democrat in this race as opposed to
2016, Republicans have either voted for someone like Hillary Clinton. So this actually isn't surprising to see. It's really not going to have any impact on the race at all, just having a staffer joining your campaign. What really is going to matter is to get out the vote operation. And I've many times before that what Ken Paxton needs to do is to focus on what he's done, why they chose him as Attorney General, the Facebook, the Meta lawsuits, the Google lawsuits. These are the things that he actually needs to be focused on, because the Tallarico campaign really is going to make sure that you remember every impeachment and every negative thing about him. So his campaign, and I'm hoping that we're going to actually start seeing more of that.
It's interesting too, because Cornyn actually rushed to his aide's defense that he's going to work for a Democrat, and Cornyn himself has not endorsed Paxton. He was obviously very critical of Paxton during the primary. Could there be a little bit of dissension in the Republican ranks?
I mean, I think it's shrewd on Tallarico's behalf, because it shows that he's trying to have messaging, have outreach that speaks to Republican voters. He is hoping that there are Republicans who are Cornyn supporters who don't think they can stomach voting for Paxton. Could they consider maybe voting for a Democrat in November? That's what he's portraying by hiring this former Cornyn aide, and by Cornyn saying, "Hey, I'm not mad at him for doing it," I think indicates that there are Republicans who still have concerns about Paxton's electability, and not just his electability, but they have concerns about what type of senator Paxton would be, and are saying maybe we do need to look at the other guy.
All right, Sanjay, I want to close on this, and I want this poll from Reuters voters about which party has a better plan for and how voters view this. On healthcare, voters are saying Democrats and Republicans own crime. When I talk to Democrats, the biggest thing they say is my party going to mess this up? How can your party mess up these numbers heading into this fall election?
These are some pretty good numbers. They definitely make me smile. But no, I definitely feel good about the midterms. Just even looking at the primaries and elections that we had last year, we are doing really well, letting people know that what is happening in the White House is bad. It's not benefiting you. We have a plan. But most importantly, their messaging
is still to come.
Oh, God.
It was like perfect timing because I thought it was over. I was like, oh.
Like, no. I'm in the hallway. Any comments, y'all?
I think that Tallarico hired appointed staffers because it just shows that he's willing to reach across the aisle. In a place like Texas, that would be huge to pick up those people who are like kind of on the fringe, who really don't know if they're going to vote for X, you know?
Yeah.
I think that is, I think that could move the needle for some people.
I also think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that he went and told him, and you're like, you know, it's okay. You would think you'd be like, fuck, we gotta stay in Texas, keep Texas red. Like, I don't know. But, you know, a lot of people don't like Texas. Any other comments, yeah?
A whole lot of this. I'm not a fan of our current state attorney general, but he has seen a politician more resourceful and counted out and come back from the dead than Ken Paxton. It's been absolutely unbelievable. But real quick, in the chat, it's okay, Quinn. My God, goodness gracious, Quinn is like the unhappiest person of all time. Chat, because El Normal asks when he comes back from the phone. I put in, it wasn't hard to find, but those are the declassified documents from the CIA, which would be declassified by the Obama administration 13 years ago, August 19th, 2013. They declassified the documents which state explicitly that the United States and the British were involved in a coup. And what has also come out, which I didn't know, I just learned in reading this, the British for a long time didn't want us to release this information. We were going to release it before, but the British did, you know, it was embarrassing to the British, so they didn't want us to release it. But those documents are available, and it was admittedly by our own government a coup. I'll end.
Yeah, the idea that a monarch exercises his constitutional right to dismiss the prime minister who had dissolved the parliament. He's like, dismissing a prime minister who has dissolved the parliament, monarch exercising his constitutional power somehow. So you'll have to explain that.
Saying, what did you just say? That a monarch? I don't know. Look, I don't even understand what you're saying. But the CIA calls it a coup. The Central Intelligence Agency and MI6 explicitly said it was a coup. And it was also, it was considered a great success, and it was the catalyst for other coups. It was the model for other coups that later took place in South America and other parts of the world. But that is what our own government said. So, dispute them facts.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of getting some. No. The legitimate monarch of a country, that's the Shah, exercising his constitution to dismiss the prime minister is a coup. When the Shah was in power all along, and the prime minister had just dissolved the parliament. You'll have to explain to me what makes that a coup. You can't explain it. Whatever you're looking at doesn't explain it. This is a mischaracterization of history.
Yeah, I don't know, I wasn't there, but the craziness that you will even argue against the United States, which covered this up for a long time. And now 60 years later, after fact.
Please don't play Iranian. Not you, nor El Normo. You are not Iranian. Don't play kind for us.
Do what? I don't know what
You cannot comment on behalf of us from our side. Don't suggest anything for me to do, advise me anything to do, or something, for example, out of your position. Please stay your position, from your position. You don't need to be humiliated to find your position. You are a big grown man, find your.
Yeah, I'm not talking about from the Iranian side. I'm talking about from what the United States government disclosed in our own documents and what we say that we admitted that we did, which was create a coup to overthrow the leader of Iran at the time and to install the Shah, who then in turn became a brutal dictator. That's exactly what happened, and we did it. We did it because
and because of suggestion of France and United States, they were allies with the Shah. They missed promise. They are not in position, for example, the Democrats especially, to play on behalf of Iranians. What I should do if I don't do, if I am not an Iranian. You see yourself in that position. That is my biggest pain in my ass. You say that if I don't say like you, then I am not Iranian. You know, that is a very big fucking thing. When somebody come to you, if I am as an Iranian, come to your town and says, this is better to do for your base party. What do you say in that point? You are like that for me now. I'm not sure what to say to you to deserve.
Want Peter to behave, but Peter. I'm over here cracking up.
Peter,
don't play with me.
Peter, I wasn't talking to. I actually like Peter.
You said you ain't an Iranian. You can't talk about the Iranian.
Yeah, right.
He said you're not from the set, Trent.
I'm not, and I wasn't talking about the set. I don't know anything about the set. The only thing I know is that, Alexander went through Babylon when he was going through Persia. That's like the extent of my knowledge. But in all seriousness, no, I wasn't talking about knowledge. Yeah. No, Peter, I don't have anything against you, my brother. I think that you're a very good person.
I promise. What's your overstepping?
What?
Peter said
What did he say?
Overstepping from you, what you know.
You cannot rep the hood if you are not from the hood.
Yeah.
What the hood?
Okay.
I have always treated as an Iranian. Either you said you are not outside. I have lived those lives. That is not for your experience. For example, if I tell you something with your people out who do it, what do you say to me in that point? I don't have any idea.
Peter, all he did, hold on one second, Peter. All he did was talk about information that our government released. I mean, if it's saying it's not true, yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. He said there's a link in the chat about the documents and how the United States and the United States.
Let me
From what I know, that's going to be wrong.
So when Trent started laughing, I think that's where it kind of got Peter, Trent didn't mean anything, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just Trent's tip. Like, you just gotta move past that. He didn't mean anything by it. It was just.
But this is also irrelevant to the situation, current situation up to now, that some other hostile power is conquering the land and settling the world. That this is my hostage and we cannot do anything. This is the biggest threat for the world, international stability and international terrorism. Plus, if you see the minimum income of the people inside Iran and compare it to the minimum universal income suggested by the UN, you would see that how they are living, if they want a change or not. This is some kind of history bullshit, irrelevant to the current situation, I think.
All right. Moving right along. And it ain't a nervous thing. It's actually funny sometimes. It's funny to me, like when we'll sit up here and, like you said, Divine, deny things that the government has denied. And this is, I won't go into aliens, but this kind of goes in the same thing. Like when we'll sit there and say, no, that's not true. That's not true.
The government didn't deny it.
Didn't deny what?
The government, the president's firing, so like, yeah.
The government denied it for years until the declassification.
It's top secret. It's related to national security. This technology for our governments is to our benefit.
There's no beef with that. There's no beef with that. There's no beef with covert actions. We don't need to know that. I agree with you, sis. Like, yeah, while it's going down, as long as it's based on some real, some real data and, yeah, we don't need to know that because y'all know what people. Sorry.
So, and this is the problem. So, true. Covert actions proves when things are a little bit nefarious, they're not going to tell us.
Yeah.
The problem is people don't keep secret. I know how to keep a secret.
It doesn't make it right. When you get called out on it, and when you get called out, they got called out on it. So they got called out on the 80s and during the Iranian crisis. And if people had known at the time how nefarious our government was and why we did such actions, perhaps they wouldn't have as much support and as much hatred as ginned up against the Iranian people as has been over the past, how long I've been alive, 40 years, right?
That's a different argument.
No, it's not different. It's the same argument. The reason why
wrong representations, I think, was the reason.
Hold on,
some wrong people represented by that.
Yeah. The reason why we had things like the Sheikh, and you were told, or people in the 70s or 80s were told that they needed to hate the Iranian people and that they were terrible people, and that we should support Saddam Hussein, and give him weapons of mass destruction. We later called them gas weapons, so that they could kill nearly 1 million Iranians. We told them that it was because the Iranian people were terrible. We did not tell the people at the time that we'd instituted a coup to get oil. And so if we had been clear and told people exactly why their people in Iran didn't like the United States, and that we had installed a brutal dictator that was keeping oil from the rest of the country and only enriching the people around him, that would have probably created a different narrative, and maybe we wouldn't be in the situation we are in today.
The people had a brutal dictator. They had a brutal dictator with the original dynasty, that they had to abolish that dynasty.
No, this is not authentic. How did you understand this? Okay. This is some, I don't know how to say. Yeah.
This is another league. Yeah, I don't think you got the history right there, girl.
Is he presently in this country?
I'm not PLA.
I'm talking for the Pahlavi dynasty.
Whatever you heard, for example, from the news or something, for example, that was about me too, you know? You say, I am not familiar, you say something really weird for me. I really don't know how to face this. You make some supposed, how do you know? How do you know?
I can't.
What was the source?
I can't understand
I
the word
think
you
that
said.
they need to, the sources need to change the details.
Yeah. See, so the Shah was a good thing. I didn't know that until rather recently either. But the Shah was doing terrible things to a lot of the Iranian people. Now, prior to 1953, I really don't know. I can't.
And I was
it's hard
referring to the
for me to speak on.
dynasty that was deposed in 1925 trend. That was an absolute.
It was not a sudden fall during 1925.
I can't speak to 1925. Hang on, please.
But for Pahlavi to Islamic regime was a
we can't understand what you're saying.
Wait, okay. For the transition in 1925, there were a couple of years of transition. It was not a sudden fall. But for the takeover of Khomeini after Islamic and establishing the Islamic regime, was a sudden fall and he took over easier than others. For example, overcome the because there some time that there were no law enforcement and they did whatever they could. And the vote was much more manual than today. It was not really systematic. And so it happened for the support of your president too, Jimmy Carter, and the France's president who had some delusions, I'm not sure what to say to them. But they lost their biggest ally. You understand it now, alright? Don't you regret that you lost your biggest ally, one of your biggest allies? Honestly, don't you regret?
And so what I do know, Tia, is that it was wrong of the United States and Britain to depose a leader for oil. And had Americans known that earlier, had Americans known that in the late 70s and early 80s when these things became reported, we wouldn't have we probably wouldn't have taken so much hatred and action that we had towards those people. That's what's important about our history is how we color it, and we don't tell the people the truth until 60 years later. And then we still have people like a normal that deny that it even happened.
Well, you just claimed did not have the truth. Did you hear me, bro?
The coup didn't happen. That was.
I think that the spirit of the what is your concern? What is your claim concern? The spirit of Iran would have been much easier contained with the regime of Pahlavi. But it was the international slope, I think. During that time of Cold War, Russia was increasing its power toward Cuba, and United States supported Iran. They swapped it because Iran was nearer to Russia and Cuba was nearer to the United States. There was a strategic neighborhood, and they changed like for example, green. Now I'm not sure they nobody would have repeated that disaster if it was the next time.
Simple question. How normal are you calling?
It was international. Don't you?
Peter, hang on a minute. Peter, you're ruining the conversation. So, El Normo, are you saying that these documents that have been released by the CIA are fake?
No, it's just something much simpler. And Peter tried to tell you as well, you're speaking out of ignorance. And you can't even pronounce the names of the people that you're trying to cite. What I'm telling you is that it's impossible to say that the legitimate monarch of a nation exercising his constitutional right to dismiss the prime minister after the prime minister dissolved the parliament, that can by no means be called a coup. It's just not. And you can't explain how it is, and neither can anyone else.
That's what the CIA called.
Right, I'm disputing what you say. I'm disputing.
What they say took
I've seen
place
this
to be.
individual history for years, so it's complete nonsense.
So is it wrong for the CIA to call it a coup? It's a very simple question. Do they have their words wrong?
Checkmate. It's over. Checkmate. Oh, he's on the phone. That's the Trent, that was good, bro. That was very good.
No, you are wrong. Good wrong.
Okay, thank you. Trent, man, good shit, man. Good shit. I couldn't stay in the room. But I appreciate that. And I love like when there's just facts and people just can add, their cognitive to a situation and break it down. Thank you. Because I definitely don't have the words today. I just, but thank you for that.
Chief Rodeo Concrete. I just we should be able to tell the truth about what happened, the good and ugly of our history, and it's not all good.
Yeah, and we don't blueprint, man. That's all. Like when we find a blueprint, we see how it's been executed.
Okay,
You
so
can't
I did
deny
find
it.
something. Let me go ahead and read this real quick, okay? Since everybody knows the answer. Okay, so what makes 1953 complicated? That this was an exercise of the Shah's constitutional authority. But that was the U.S. and the Shah's side of constitutional interpretation, not a fact. Mossadegh explicitly told the U.S. ambassador, Lane Henderson, that the Shah's power was essentially ceremonial and that the Shah of the decree and it's invalid. So another revealing piece of evidence, a CIA report from July of 1953 that said the proposed referendum included revoking the Shah's power to appoint prime ministers by royal fire. This shows that a royal prerogative was recognized by important actors at the time, but also that its scope was at the center of the constitutional struggle. The Shah claimed a royal constitutional prerogative to dismiss Mossadegh, and his supporters considered it legal. Mossadegh rejected the interpretation, while the Iran's constitution also established the parliament.
Does this sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? Or a parallel can be drawn. Let me just say that. Let me speak politically.
Yeah, and there were a number of people killed in the Shah. At least 300 people were killed as political prisoners. The number may be higher. They go as high as 60,000, but people think that's it. But somewhere at least 300 political prisoners, and then during the revolution, another 5,000 or so. I actually thought, because the Shah was treated here in Houston for was it cancer? I can't remember. Was it a heart problem? I know, but the debate was it cancer? Yeah, and it was the Debaki's.
Suspicious one.
It was DeBakey's dad. Well, I know the son, Michael DeBakey, is the one who's a famous surgeon that operated on him. So I always heard all was a upstanding man, It wasn't really until, like I'd say, the last couple of years that I learned about the brutality that took place during his reign, and why it took place and why we were in support. So, our history books tell a much different story than the reality of what took place.
Reality can be literally what the people did.
And Patty, did y'all talk about Byron Donalds going to be the next governor of Florida? Copy for this. And ignore things. I know, but my brother's going to be the next governor of Florida. Look at my man. You just got to smile, ignore things, and get into office. I ain't mad at him.
All right, didn't you have breaking news that texted me something, Tia?
Oh, Carmelo Anthony, they transferred him back to Calhoun County, Texas, to have a hearing on one of his post-conviction motions for the judge to recuse. What was the judge's name?
Didn't you send a clip?
You know what? It was a clip in there too. Hold on, let me put this music on.
You playing with me, Concrete?
No. What's up, brother Divine? How you doing, brother? Igor, when's the fine? Go fuck yourself. Thank you, I'm done.
You just said.
There is some breaking news. Woo! And then we have officially passed $40 trillion in debt in the United States. Give yourselves a hand. I'm excited.
What are you excited about?
We are $40 trillion in debt. Because look, you got to be doing some serious spending to be $40 trillion in debt. you must have had a good time. You've been having a good time for the last 40. How long have we been running a deficit? 38 years, 39 years? Everybody on this stage, I want you to know this seriously. None of the national debt will not be paid off in your lifetime. It probably will not be balanced in your lifetime because now the interest that we pay on the debt exceeds both Medicare and national defense spending, which we spend $1 trillion on national defense. But the interest, right, just the interest payment of loan exceeds Medicare and defense spending. That is a massive, massive problem. One that I remember like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, them warning that during the Tea Party, the warning that this would cause a cataclysm of depression. And so we have hit that point. We are $40 trillion in debt, and there is nothing any of you can do about it. I just want us to know that the budget can't be balanced. If it's balanced, it won't be balanced for long. So don't worry about the debt, because truly it is completely out of control and out of our hands.
Trent, what do you think about? Did you hear about this situation with the Japanese yen?
I thought I was supposed to be playing the clip.
Nobody's stopping you. If you want to play the clip, just play the clip, bro. You gotta be weird all the time.
I think I'm the most weird of the trio right now. But
one could argue that the election of Jimmy Carter was a demand for an ethical presidency. I think that a lot of people, in retrospect, do not consider Carter the best president that we've ever had, and maybe for some that's an understatement. But I think in terms of ethics, it would be hard. We would be hard pressed to argue he was not an ethical man, both as president and in his post-presidency. There were legislative reforms. The Ethics in Government Act was passed after the Nixon debacle. There were election campaign act amendments made. I was active in the push for Freedom of Information Act in my state as a journalist. I was the vice chair of the FOIA committee in Michigan. And nationally, there was an FOIA act that passed. The Sunshine Act passed. All of that were reforms that were post-Nixon. I don't know if there's an appetite in Washington for similar reforms post-Trump. We will see whether there is. With regard to the question of coverage, and again, a lot of times we are looking at things through our own prism, and we have a hard time stepping back and looking at it in the aggregate. The analysis that I've been able to look up shows that the volume and frequency of media coverage tracking Trump's controversial and unethical actions is, believe it or not, higher, more continuous than the coverage Richard Nixon faced during the Watergate scandal. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but if you look at some of the analyses by people who have actually looked at this, that's the conclusions that a number of organizations that have looked at this have reached, not just one. I want to ask you, however, Simon, from the perspective of somebody who's in the UK, and I know you don't speak for everybody there nor the government there, but when you have a president who it is perceived is making decisions, not just domestically here in the United States, but internationally, that seemingly are made to, or maybe coincidentally, benefit people in his orbit, including members of his own family. Does that erode confidence in our allies, in their ability to deal with this administration? If they feel, do people there feel that this president is putting his personal interests above interests that might affect the people of Britain, for example?
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. I think initially the governments, not just of the UK but Europe in general, we're trying to work out how do we deal with Trump. And I think initially it was about, well, let's mollycoddle him. Let's appeal to him. Yeah, hoping that we're appealing to his I say soft side, but his better judgment. And what's happened over time is they realise that that's not working, and that he is effectively a bully, and we've got to deal with him as a bully. Yeah, and we've just got to ride out his presidency, pretty much. Now, I actually one of the things that I did agree with in terms of his point of view as a president about NATO and the fact that we got lazy and we relied too much on America, and we should actually, and I think the UK aren't as bad as other European countries. We should have invested more in our own defence. But outside that, when it came to the use of tariffs and things like that, we don't see the sense in a tariff. At the end of the day, what happens is it's the consumers that end up paying more. And if you think you're going to shift manufacturing at the level from China to the US just like that through the use of tariffs, we don't think that that's credible. And of course, we now look at him and we look at the abuse of his position. Like what's that free social, $1 a month to get ahead of the game in terms of information. Well, it's that's all we all think. And there's also an element of, is he actually in bed with Putin? I don't personally believe that, but there is sort of a, have we got really a crazy person? So overall now we're dealing with the bully. We just got to look after ourselves more. We've got to do deals around the world with other countries, whether it be China, whether it be India, and we can't rely on the US anymore, because I think that I may be wrong, but I think that Trump perceives that America should be the power in your part of the world, so basically North and South and Central America. And they has no real interest anymore in Europe, which is fair enough. That's a perspective. But I think we're waiting until he goes, and I don't think I don't think it's an overall. This is about America as an entity and your political processes and what you represent in that respect. I think we view Trump as just being a bit of a rogue, loose cannon on deck. And we're waiting. He's a bully and we're waiting him out. That's all we've got. That's all we can do now. And I wonder whether you feel the same. I don't know.
Well, it's, I've made my observations, but you're the people who potentially suffer. To your final point, Simon, I don't know whether this story's getting traction in the United Kingdom. It's a fairly new story, but the Financial Times today is reporting that they talked to some of the insiders, as they put it, at the Islamic Republic, and they say that the more extreme mullahs in the government there are considering attacking U.S. interests in Europe. And that could potentially mean U.S. interests in the United Kingdom. And I would just point out, I'm sure you're aware of this, but a lot of people may not be, that a British air base in Cyprus was once attacked by an Iranian drone. So this would be something that Europe in general, but the BRICS maybe in particular, might be paying attention to. And based on what you just said, if you were aware of the story, or now that you are you concerned that the United States would not, as a NATO pact?
You cannot not be concerned if you think that the Iranians have got the capability of hitting US bases in the UK, and which they, since the end of the Second World War, there has been those bases. So obviously that is very concerning. How realistic that is as a proposition, to get.
Our drones have the capability of traveling that great a distance?
Yeah, and hey, without actually being an expert on drones, you know, when you see what's happened in Ukraine, attacking Russia and sending, you know, drones that far, then yes, it sounds like it's possible to actually be effective. Well, we don't want that, yeah. But and I don't know as a British person what defensive mechanisms we have that aren't reliant on the US to protect ourselves if that was to be an eventuality. Obviously, there's a difference just in distance between Cyprus and the UK. Yeah, so I don't know, but I think we have to be in a position where we can protect ourselves. That's one thing that I'm taking away from Trump's rhetoric about NATO, because at the end of the day, NATO is there that we all come together when we're attacked, not when we go into war against someone else. It's not an aggressive pact. It's a defensive pact, is NATO. So, but obviously that didn't suit what Trump wants to get out of it, and he didn't want to spend the money on it. So that's fair enough.
So in fairness to the conversation, because I don't want to be misleading, because I just looked it up, they do not have the capability of their drones if they were to be launched from Iran to reach the United Kingdom, but they certainly have the capability of reaching Europe, but not the United directly. And by the way, I just looked this up as well, depending on whose count you're going by, 15 to 16 U.S. military operating locations in the United Kingdom. 12 of them are U.S. Air Force operated bases.
Yes, none of that surprises me. What you just said, none of that.
By the way, we're pretty darn good for your economy there, because there are, according to The Guardian, 12,300 American military personnel and civilian employees permanently stationed in these sites. And of course, they spend money and it costs money to run the sites. And so it's probably advantageous to the British economy that we have so many bases there. So
I mean, for sure, but the basis of which you are there is obviously as a result
World War II,
the Cold War. So
World War II, actually. That's the basis of it.
For sure, but subsequent to that, obviously, it was about in Trump's world. That's
followed by Ching.
All right, thank you, Gary. Hope my voice is clear today, but never know.
You're loud and clear.
Oh, good. Good for a change. So I'll go back to the main question. No, it's not appropriate, and the numbers don't lie. Trump his whole life has been a real. Never mind all the bankruptcies and all that he had gone through, but he's a pretty rich guy. He's always been since the 80s. I think has been, not one of the richest in America, but pretty wealthy. But the jump in his net worth, especially in the last 2 years, has been the greatest jump in his net worth over the years. And it comes from things that, that is not what he did before or what he owned before, meaning that it's not like he owned assets that grew up in value by $4 billion, because he went up in net worth by about $4 billion based on Forbes magazine from 24 to 26, and that's pretty much about a 300% jump. Like he went up 300%, threefold. That didn't come from his buildings going up in value threefold. That didn't come in his, I think he owns a winery going up threefold. That didn't come from his golf courses suddenly being worth 3 times more, but it came from these new ventures in things like cryptocurrencies, which his whole life, he was never involved in anything to do with technology. He claims that his sons are the ones that are into crypto. His sons also are, they're not young people, they are in their 40s or whatever, but prior to 2024, there is nothing documented that either Johnny Jr. or Eric have been involved in anything to do with technology or with cryptocurrency. So the main reason the crypto wealth is because the Trump crypto business has a Trump name in it. If you remember, it was a Trump coin that was released. I think it was the week of his election. Most people that invested in it lost their money. I think over 97% of people lost money. He made a lot of money out of it just because when you create a coin, basically you don't spend any money. You just fill in your name in a coin. It's called a meme coin. Doesn't solve any issues, doesn't have anything. But if it wasn't for Trump being President Trump, that coin would not have any value. So it got created. It was a windfall for the family. People invested in it, and then of course it did go down. But you got other investments for Liberty Financial with the involvement of foreign government like the Emiratis that facilitated a $2 billion acquisition of a portion of the company that went straight to the Trump family. I'm trying to say that if Trump was a real estate developer without being president, and he tried these meme coin things, I'm not going to speak with certainty that the success that he would have gotten, it would not be as close as he got because he did start the cryptocurrency as a president. So that boosted these asset values by a whole lot. Why? Because, you can make a case that people do want something from the United States as a whole, and they're using, the president as a gateway to get that. I don't know why foreign governments would be, buying into the president's family. It's classified now as a financial corporation. Before it was just a company that owned Truth Social, but it was a social media company, and then they changed it into a financial company. The Middle East has always treated Trump like this. It was always lavish, gifts and if you remember from at the end of his first term, Saudi Arabia kind of allowed Jared Kushner, who's the son-in-law of the president, to manage about $2 billion worth of funds. Again, I don't think that would have happened if he wasn't the son-in-law of the president. So these things are not even, hiding. The problem is it became normal for someone in power at the highest, level of our country that is basically we voted him in to run the country. He gets a salary of $400,000 a year. Correct me, Marshall, if I'm wrong. I think it's just $400,000, maybe $450,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he could spend all his time working, as a president, which, like I said, for $400,000 or $450,000 wouldn't create, a $4 billion windfall from 24 to 26. And the assets that he owned before he became president for the second time did not go up in value by $4 billion. So the money that he made in the last 2 years, it's been the most money that he's ever made, and it just happened that he made it when he was president.
And not just him.
Yeah,
members of his family and his associates as well.
That is going to be my next point. Not just his associates, but I was doing some research while you were talking, and an article by PBS. 57 people in the administration now are worth our ambassadors, and a lot of them hold cabinet positions and all that. This is more than 3 times more than any other cabinet before any other president. I think Scott talked earlier about how the people that donated to the ballroom, which is now, I guess, it's a military installation, $400 million is the cost of the ballroom, but the government contract that were issued to these folks are valued at $50 billion, and no one, is doing anything about it. The person, there's a person that was at the SEC. She was the head of the enforcement division. She's a judge. Margaret Ryan, that's her name. She quit her job because all the stuff that she was trying to push, like the SEC, to do what they need to do, when she was told over and over and over that that to basically not do her job when she sees that they need to investigate stuff like insider trading, stuff like that, to certain people. If I commit insider trading, none of these leniencies in that would be at the upper echelon will apply to me. I'll go to jail, as any of you, I guess, in this room. But we see it even stuff like we saw how the posts that the president posts in his social media, how a little bit after the post is posted, that suddenly a bunch of trades happen in the stock market, whether it's oil, whether it's particular stocks, whether it's buying or selling. And a lot of people benefit from that and wonder, like, who are these people? How would they have known that the president was going to mention this thing that's going to have this impact on the market, that they actually committed the trade 5 minutes before the post was broadcasted publicly? So instead of kind of going back and maybe not and saying, hey, this smells like insider trading, he's now selling early access to his post. So you too, Gary, if you have a membership, I guess, through social, can get the early, warning or.
Yeah, I got $100,000 a month, and I'm happy to spend on that. Monson, let me ask you another question that just comes to mind. Earlier, I asked somebody whether they were concerned about a trickle-down effect. He's studying an example that might affect people who are not involved in government in their daily lives, the ethics in business and in their personal relationships. I want to expand that to ask you about whether you have concerns about how he is setting a tone for people in current government who might not act in an ethical manner. And the reason I ask this question is because Iowa, to the state fair, to campaign for a Republican congressman, and I checked, and the American Department of Defense, other cabinet secretaries are not bound by these restrictive rules. Whether it's a violation or not, is he setting a tone that affects all of government, not just him and his associates and his family members?
Yeah, basically, it's the protected circle that is allowed. I guess if you can get away with it, we're seeing a lot of people. It's like, yeah, and they'll tell you if this is for the benefit of the country. So it did create a whole big kind of untouchables, I'll call them, that nothing will come out of this because there is. We're basically the clique that can get away with stuff. I mean, you'll hear people on Fox News and all that kind of minimize the problems that can raise, whether it's ethical or whether it's legal or whatever. I mean, you'll have that because it's just created this idea that everything is, if you can get away with it, and then nothing will really happen to you legally, because there is this perception that the Justice Department now is basically, belongs to the president. And we didn't have that feeling before. Usually the Attorney General, a good Attorney General does not have to speak to the president when they get hired, just like an FBI director. He doesn't have to, to do what the president asks him to do all the time. So we do have that environment now. We do have, a cabinet that is basically people that got hired, who were hired because of, they pledged loyalty and all that. So, yeah, if it created this whole thing that if you can get away with it, and if you can say we're doing it it's for the good of the country, and we're going to bypass all these bureaucratic kind of things that would make the progress kind of happen later. It's unfortunately happening, and the unfortunate thing is there is a whole side of the other branches of the government that would turn a blind eye on this. And I know some people are vocal about being against what's going on and speak about it and lose their seat and all that if they appear to be too critical of the president and his circle.
Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to Ching, followed by Samuel.
Hi, how's it going?
Me? Hi, Gary.
Hi, Ching. Samuel, you're after her. Ching, followed by Samuel.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's me. Okay. Yes, teacher. Hi, Gary, and everybody else. I'm in a very noisy place, okay? So if you can't hear me, just let me know. Your question is so polite. Is this appropriate? Depending who is answering the question. If you ask some, people or some Trump's supporters, it's appropriate. Or, hey, good for him, being a president can make him rich. Oh, we should all go, campaign for president. And I was just thinking, since you guys know I'm from China, I was born in China. I've been in the United States for 40 years. I was thinking Chinese leaders, they're just like as stumped as Trump, right? They're making a lot of money out of it. They're being have powers in many different ways, property-wise. They get money, not like obviously getting cash or investment or stocks, those kind of things, but they probably get properties, they get seniorities, forever, they get, certain money until they die. So it's very similar. But I mean, Trump is getting way lot more than many politicians in this category, including foreign politicians. I don't have data though. So is it appropriate? No, it's not, to my standard. He's supposed to work for people. He's supposed to lead our country. He's supposed to be the smart guy. He's supposed to be the captain of our ship. He's supposed to be the teacher of the class, and all the things he's done to the country is just disgraceful. Now he puts his name on every building he possibly want to put. He wants to put his their name on Penn Station in New York City. This guy is shameless, and this guy, anyways, he does not feel bad about being rich out of his position and his connection and his power, and it's not appropriate. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ching. And I don't know if you were continuing, but we lost you there if you were still continuing. Thank you, Ching. Samuel.
Hello, how's it going? Yeah, I think that like much of what Trump has done, many people would find it like distasteful or like she said, like not appropriate. I think that we're probably entering into like a new, how to describe it? Like this is like a new era, right? Where I think people's idea of what dollars are tied to or like how much things are worth is really, you're out of office, right? Like Trump, on the other hand, like he already came in wealthy. He wasn't politically involved in U.S. government for many years, or at least like the lifers that Clinton and Obama and the others were, and came afterwards, right? So I think typically if you go, I think the last Bush helped out all those oil guys who got elected, and that's typically what you do, and then you get taken care of on the back. For Trump, it's a little bit different because he already had assets when he came in, or he already had businesses. There didn't need to be this like quid pro quo that happened when you get taken care of afterwards. That's much what we're seeing now. So I think like some of it's distasteful. Others is like it's very politically toxic to some of the legislation that I think the Republicans would like to get passed. But because of Trump's involvement, it makes it much harder to actually like, get certain laws passed. So I don't know. I mean, there must be some political calculation that goes into it that says like this must be okay.
What laws are you thinking we'd have a harder time passing while in the majority? Are you thinking maybe the SAVE Act or?
No, because that's like with elections. I was thinking more about like, so the crypto markets have been wanting this thing called like for, I don't know, a couple of years. And because of Trump's like crypto dealings, it becomes like politically toxic to the Democrats, right? They don't want to touch it because of what Trump did. Like I think if Trump wasn't involved, it probably would not have such political toxicity, and it probably would have been passed already.
Gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah, and it's not like there's anything crazy within the law. It's just like it just sets the SEC and CFTC about like what actually should be done in terms of like how they enforce the law, right? And I think a lot of people want the bill to pass through, but it's politically toxic. It may not even get passed in this session, and if that doesn't happen and they lose the midterms, then it might never get passed. So I think there's probably some other like financial bills which get packaged up in that, which would have the same issues because of the types of businesses that Trump's are involved in. But there's this thing like Trump's already rich and his friends are rich, right? So Jared Kushner's brother just bought the Lakers, right? And he did it with Bob Iger, Disney. Like they have $12 billion to buy the Lakers with, right? I mean, this is the type of money that people in Trump circles move with. So I don't think it's like uncommon. Like he was already a businessman before he came in. Like going from a couple of $100 million to a few billion is not that crazy when you think about how asset prices have moved and power of compounding. But again, like it's probably quite distasteful at the end of the day, but probably not illegal.
More than doubling your wealth. I mean, that's a lot, right? I mean, that's a lot in a year.
If you doubled your wealth, there would be no increase. Is that true?
That's very true. Very true.
You know, to the question of the SAVE Act, there are legitimate concerns that people raise, and it's not necessarily because of Trump toxicity, but that may be part of it. There are people, as we all know, have been arguing that the requirements to provide documents is a voter suppression move because certain people don't have access to documents. I had a flood in my house, and I've been looking for my birth certificate, and I can't find it right now. You know, I'm sure it's here somewhere, and I will find it, but everything got shuffled around, and some things that were in certain locations no longer are, and another one. But that's not the point. The point is sometimes people have trouble, you know, and there are other issues that some folks feel are necessary to ensure the integrity of elections, but there are people who are opposed to it, and I'm not making an argument one way or another. I'm just suggesting I don't know whether one can conclude that if it were not for Trump's toxicity, the SAVE Act would have passed by now.
And Gary, one other thing about the one thing Samuel said, that this idea of, well, guys get paid on the back end as speakers and you know, because they're celebrities, right? Yeah, but they're also not influencing policy decisions. Also, on the Trump, the logic for Trump's candidacy is that he didn't need to make money. That he was so wealthy that first off, he said he was going to self-fund his campaign, which he never did, right? but people believe that, right? Oh, he's so wealthy, he's going to self-fund, and he never did that.
But didn't he get Mexico to pay for the border wall?
Very strongly, powerfully, very strongly, beautifully. They paid so beautifully. And China is going to pay all the tariffs. So that, you know, he didn't do that. And also, that was the logic of the campaign, right? That he was so wealthy, he didn't need to act like this and look distasteful like this because he was beyond being bought. He just doesn't look that way.
Well, you know, I'm wondering, actually, I don't understand the psychology. You know, there's some people that get to be uber rich. I don't know whether Trump is considered in that stratus, but they become uber rich and then they recognize, you know, what am I going to do with all this money? So they develop foundations. The Gates Foundation, Zuckerberg has a foundation now where they're giving away their money. The Ford family, you know, they established the Ford Foundation. There's so many people who are now philanthropists because what more do they need? And I don't understand the psychology of needing more to the point where one is willing to potentially impugn their ethics to gain greater largesse that they don't really need.
And also, guys, if you love the country, right, you could be sacrificial and say, you know what, I do have the right to do this, but I love the country so much, I'm going to go beyond reproach so that my political stuff doesn't get stalled, so I can show everybody I'm just like everybody else. And this is how much my love of country supersedes my love of wealth.
But you know that like the majority of the wealth that you're talking about is either in private or public shares. So somebody like Elon, you don't think he really has like $1 trillion in bank accounts somewhere, right? Like his.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a more virtuous thing for Trump to do? And didn't he tell?
Most of their wealth is just shares, right? It's just equity. So like they have money in a bank somewhere.
Elon is broke. I know Elon is broke. I know Elon must be broke. He's broke. I know.
Started a company, made it successful, and then used the value of his equity that he has in that company to start another company. And then he used the value of that to start another company.
No, he's cash strapped. I know Elon has no money. I know that. I'll concede that.
It doesn't matter if he has money.
I'll stipulate that. Elon's broke.
He compounded his wealth. Okay, it doesn't matter. He compounded his wealth by creating value. I think like Elon has probably created more millionaires and probably even billionaires than anybody else.
That wasn't the point of the question that I raised. I'm not saying that people haven't, you know, there hasn't been jobs created by people who make money. I'm not saying that it's evil to make money. I haven't suggested that at all. My question It has to do with the ethics, how you can put ethical considerations aside potentially to make more money that you really don't need. You talk about people who are very comfortable, and in this case, a president who's representing a populace that have folks, not everybody, but there's a good portion of his constituency that is worried about meals. They've cut down on meals. They're worried about their medical bills. They're worried about a lot of things that they're having trouble.
Their food stamps and their Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's not Trump's job. You know what Trump's job is? His number one job at the end of the day. His job is to preserve the value of the United States dollar against everything else, which is to maintain the strength of the American empire, and because the dollar's value comes from the strength of both our military and both everything we put in place. All the things you're talking about,
but that's not the discussion. But there's a discussion. It's a discussion of ethics. Why would you put your ethics aside in order to use your position as president of the United States to make money for yourself and your family members and your associates? What I can't, I almost understand what's, so if a guy is hungry here in New York City and he walks into a Dwayne Reed and they have these grab to go, we could grab a sandwich and pay in this astronomical amount of money for a stupid sandwich, $10 for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but it grabs it and runs out the store. That's, aside from the legalities of it, it's an unethical thing to do, but he's hungry.
Thomas Aquinas
so I understand the motivation. My question is, why would somebody who is not hungry grab that peanut butter and jelly sandwich, to use that as an example? Why? I don't get the, I'm just saying, I'm not arguing whether he's doing a good job as president or not in the aggregate. I'm just questioning, why would somebody expose themselves to the critique of unethical behavior when one doesn't need to do so? I don't understand the psychology of it.
Right, because it's deeper than what you need.
Go ahead, Samuel.
Yeah, look, I think that he came into this. He probably has everything in a blind trust, or his son Jared runs a bunch of stuff, right? I don't think Trump himself is managing his business on a day-to-day, right? Do you think he's really
documentation? Okay, the question is he making decisions as the head of government that directly benefit those people who are in his circle and his businesses that are in the trust of others that he is not running himself?
I do think when asked about this, he said George Washington had two desks. He ran his business privately, and then he had his presidential desk. So when asked about this, Trump didn't say I'm not running. So he said he did that as a justification for how this is illicit.
Right. Well, my question is, what would motivate somebody to do this when that person doesn't need to do it? What was it or not? I'm not arguing whether he's bolstered the dollar and made our military stronger than ever, which arguably he is not, but some people might think so. That's not the question I'm posing. My question is narrowly focused on the ethics and the psychology of why somebody who doesn't need to steal that peanut butter and jelly sandwich would do so. Why?
Stealing is illegal, right?
Well, so is what he does illegal, except he's indemnified because he's the president, because the rules don't apply to him.
If his cabinet secretaries did this, they would be prosecuted.
I'm not asking about his cabinet secretaries. I'm asking, what did he specifically do that was illegal? That because
it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. I never said that he's acting in an illegal manner. I said it was very good.
Stealing, which is illegal.
Because I'm trying to make an analogy here. I'm saying that the person who takes that peanut butter and jelly, I said that in addition to that being illegal, it's unethical to take the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm talking about motivation, okay? I'm sorry I'm using this as the analogy. It's probably a crappy analogy. I will acknowledge that. I'm just saying that people do things sometimes because they have to, or they feel that they have to. They're desperate. I might act in an unethical manner in order to pull something over on Scott if we have a deal, a gentleman's agreement, and then I renege on that to my benefit, because if I don't, I'm going to lose my house because I'm on the verge of foreclosure. What I did may not be illegal, but it's unethical. But I did it because I understand why I did it. I'm not saying it's less unethical, but I did it because I want to save my domicile in an unethical manner. I'm saying that sometimes people feel motivated to act in an unethical manner because of the circumstance. Hold on, I'm answering your question. If I am not in danger of losing my house, I am comfortable and living within my middle American income means, why would I act in an unethical manner towards Scott, my friend? I don't understand the psychology. What would motivate me to do so? The president is comfortable in his means. Right now, well, he's got overhead. I won't go there, but he does have a White House. He's not worrying about losing his current government-provided domicile. He does have overhead. I recognize that. But as far as we all know, he's not in danger of losing, being homeless tomorrow. He's not in danger once he leaves office of not being able to buy his Big Macs and Diet Pepsis. He's fine financially. So why is it so important for him to act in an unethical manner, which gives the impression, true or not, that he is making decisions on behalf of himself and his orbit, not on behalf of the nation? What would motivate him to do that?
Okay, so just to set things straight, he's not doing anything illegal, you say?
Right. He's indemnified as president because of a Supreme Court rule. He's not doing anything illegal. I said that in the very beginning, and I probably said it 5 or 6 times.
Okay, I'm just making sure of things. So he's not doing anything illegal, but he's doing something which you believe is unethical, right?
He is acting in a manner that 60% of the nation feels is unethical. 63%. Oh, for God's sake, Samuel, I'm going to move on. You're looking to start an argument. Let me explain. This may be your first time on the stage. When I ask a question, it's not because I'm trying to start an argument and you're trying to get things into the weeds because I use the peanut butter and jelly analogy and that's illegal. What the president's doing is not illegal. I think everybody here understood the question. I probably shouldn't have made the analogy because it got us off on a track that you just couldn't get off of. And so I apologize to everybody for that because as everybody knows, this is not what I want with this room. I'm trying to have an honest discussion. I ask an honest question. It's not about what Gary believes is ethical or unethical. We're discussing the fact, the business of today's discussion is the Reuters Ipsos poll, which shows that more than 60%, including half of Republicans, believe the president is acting in an unethical manner. It's not about Gary. Maybe because you're new to the room, you don't understand that's how this room operates. But you're frustrating me, and I'm moving on. Daryl, followed by L.
Hey, yeah. So a couple of things, and then to the point, right? So the argument that, well, wealthy people aren't sitting on a bunch of cash, and it's mostly stocks, and
They cash in anytime they want.
Yeah,
it's money in their pocket. They may not be in their pocket right now, but they can cash in today and live the rest of their lives fine, right?
Or borrow against it, right? The phrase
they can borrow against it, but
yeah,
they're not,
the phrase,
right? But they're not cash strapped.
Well, ultimately it doesn't matter, because the phrase that when I was on Wall Street, the phrase was build, borrow, die, right? You build something, you spend the rest of your life borrowing against it, and then you die and you create, like tax havens for your kids. The point is, whether you're spending cash to buy a plane or someone gives you a loan to buy a plane, you still get the plane. So I don't understand the argument that because, well, it's not cash. Yeah, but they're still getting cash to go buy things.
The point is, are they having trouble meeting their
buying
goals?
dinner? Not at all.
Right. Are they having trouble buying dinner?
Not at all. Yeah.
Well, a lot of Americans are.
Yeah.
I raised one issue and the previous caller responds with another that has nothing to do with the question that was raised. And you make an excellent point, Darren. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so he left the room, but he's in a lot of rooms, and what he tends to do mostly is carry Trump's water, and that's just the phrase for it, right?
Well,
so
he can. It's fine. He can carry Trump's water. There's no problem. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
I just asked him to answer a question, and he
can't because he has an agenda. He has an agenda. He also, I think, he has a pod. So the thing is, like, Gary, to set your ethics aside, you'd first have to have ethics, right? So it's kind of, look at who we're talking about. Between himself and his organizations, I think the New York Times did a piece like a year ago. It's unprecedented how many lawsuits he's been in. I think it's over 4,000 lawsuits where he's either not paid workers or he's hired, like the guy who wants to kick all the aliens out has been hiring undocumented workers for his, for construction, to work housekeeping at some of his places. Undocumented workers were never an issue for him previously, right? And I just go back to have to set your ethics aside. You'd first have to have some type of ethical core. This, we're living with what we asked for, right? Which is why I blame the party for him, right? Like I said before, anyone who's been here in New York before The Apprentice, who's known him before The Apprentice.
4,000, Daryl.
Yeah.
4,000. I just looked it up. I asked this question of Gemini. How many lawsuits has Trump been involved in outside his responsibilities as president? Because, you can't count those responsibilities as president of the United States. This is AI.
It's stunning. It's absolutely
an extensive
insane.
Ongoing analysis by USA Today and legal databases tracks his decades-long history, presidency career, private business operations, personal conduct, and post-presidency life.
Think about that. That's like you're in court every day for 2 years.
Right. The massive litigation footprint is uniquely sprawling for a modern political figure and can be broken down into 3 major areas, which I'm not going to get into.
It's insane.
4,095.
It's insane. A buddy of mine, I don't know if you remember this restaurant, but a buddy of mine said that he would dine and dash. He would literally come into the restaurant. This was an upscale restaurant over on Fifth Avenue. He'd come in, do a meeting, and then he would just walk out. He would literally, he and whoever he was with, they would literally just walk out. And so this idea that He's the leader of the free world. It's insane. And again, to the previous caller who I believe left, it's about the American dollar. The American dollar before the petrodollar was a middling currency. Before 1974, the American dollar was a very average currency. And once the petrodollar ends, likely within the next 16 to 18 months, we're going to be a middling currency again. And this idea that Trump is here to protect American dominance, well, he's not protecting it very well because we've abdicated our leadership on the world stage. But I'll wrap with, to abandon your ethics, you first have to have ethics to abandon.
So my question is answered, not by anybody on the stage, Daryl, but once again, I turn to AI. So take it for what it's worth. Gemini again. Psychologists, behavioral economists, geez, Gary, do you know the English language? And criminologists have studied this phenomenon extensively. The question I asked specifically was, why would a person of means act in an unethical manner to raise even more money? Continuing, they have found that once individuals reach a certain level of wealth, their motivation to acquire more money is rarely about survival or material comfort. Instead, the drive shifts toward psychological and social factors, which of course, AI being what AI is, they break down in extensive manner, which I will not bore you with today, but it's a psychological phenomenon, Daryl.
Well, think about the last thing I'll say. Remember there was reporting 3 weeks ago that Iran had hired psychologists to figure out how to deal with him and how to talk to him, because I think it was the Times. They said Iran had hired top-level psychologists to figure out how to interact with Donald Trump. Because we can all see, hey, this isn't normal. So how do you deal with this? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so the intelligence reports that were actually initially reported by Drop Site Media and then by the New York Times and by NDTV, Iran explicitly hired 2 senior behavioral psychologists to serve as an advisory circle during the indirect peace negotiations with the president. The decision to enlist psychological professionals marked a highly unusual shift in traditional diplomatic strategy. Rather than relying solely on nuclear scientists, military experts, or career diplomats, Tehran brought in mental health experts specifically to decode Trump's communications and predict his reactions. Good contribution, Daryl. L followed by L. L followed by L. That's funny. The letter L followed by Ellen.
Thank you, Gary. I was saving up my opener here for something that Scott had said about George Washington having 2 desks, where he was so ethical. He had a desk for government action and a separate desk for his private affairs. I just want to remind everyone that the mayor of New York City, Mamdani, has his desk backwards with all the drawers facing the wrong direction. And
what does that mean? What does that? What? Huh? What does that mean?
He gave an address where his desk was backwards.
What was that like? He's trying to make a statement. What is? I don't get that. What does that mean?
I think it was for 4th of July, the 250-year celebration, 4th of July. He gave his speech about American values or something, and his desk was backwards.
Not the topic of today's discussion, but very interesting nonetheless. Okay, back to the topic.
But yeah, so, and then to avoid being accused of being argumentative, I was hoping to maybe have more of a volley back and forth about economics, the ethics of capitalism. Is that something you'd be interested in engaging in?
I'm interested in engaging in discussing the president and whether confidence in him leading the country has eroded because of the perceived ethical violations that he has committed based on the polling that was conducted by Reuters.
Okay. How about, can I ask you about Al Gore?
No, we're not talking about Al Gore. We're talking about Donald Trump, and we're not talking about Mamdani nor George Washington for that.
Well, I wanted to reference his work in environmentalism, and I wanted to genuinely know if you think he profited from his environmental policy.
I don't know, and I don't particularly care for purposes of today's discussion. Al, followed by Dr.
Okay, hi everybody. Well, I'm glad to hear the conversation because I think the question of ethics is really important. And I really like that we're making a distinction between what's legal and what's ethical. My response is, number one, I'm pleased to see the polling because what that tells me is that Americans are taking his actions personally and are holding him to a standard, an ethical standard. Ethics is about values. Values is about how does this affect people's lives. And so, the people are speaking with their polling, with their votes and saying, no, this is not good for me. Why does somebody do this? I think it's a sickness. I think that greed, the avariciousness that we're seeing, it's kind of an addiction. I need more and more and more and more and more and more and more. So, in terms of, the downstream effects are tragic because we are seeing people who are hungry. We are seeing people who don't have a roof over their head while watching this guy just profit and profit and profit.
All y'all is some broke bitches.
All right, thank you for that, Fully Boy. I don't think we'll be inviting Fully Boy to the stage ever again. Al, continue.
What I was saying is that when I, especially when my children were younger and I saw them, and I tried to really, President is really the person I would want them to look up to be an example, to be a role model. So I would say, ethically, he's getting an F-. And I'll close with a quote by John Quincy Adams in response to leadership. And what he said was, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to do a fact check here on something somebody said earlier. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman, following Mamdani's July 4th national address, delivered behind George Washington's historic mahogany desk at City Hall, posted on social media, criticizing Mamdani, claiming that sitting on that specific side proved the mayor has not held a job and was using the furniture incorrectly. However, it turns out that that desk, which is frequently referred to as a Washington-style desk, is actually a traditional partner's desk. Marshall, do you know what a partner's desk is as an historian? A partner's desk is specifically engineered to be open and completely identical on both sides. This is according to reporting by, of all places, the Times of India. It features matching drawers and knee holes on the front and back so that two people, originally a government official and their working clerk, could sit facing one another and share the same workspace simultaneously. So the characterization of Mamdani not knowing which side of the desk to sit on, made by a previous caller, is incorrect. And that's my imitation of a buzzer. Dr. Mitch.
Hey, Gary. Hey, everybody. I've heard this really nice and rational conversation in here today, Gary. It kind of makes you wonder, where is that type of thought and consideration, at the highest levels of government? Would you trust this person to walk your dog or buy a tube of toothpaste for you? If you can't answer that.
If you want to make that comparison, Dr. Mitch, and I appreciate the comment, I will tell you, and I've observed before, that I don't know whether if the president himself joined us today, he would remain on the stage, or whether I would be forced to remove him for violating.
Troubled, disturbed human, this desire for attention, ego, maniacal behavior, and like someone said earlier, with all these lawsuits, he never pays anybody. Just seems to be a very uncaring person. But I wanted to bring up something else that a lot of people don't understand about the immigration policy. This week, Core Civic and Geo Group, the prisons that are mostly housing detainees, have shown an additional $1.4 billion in profit this previous quarter, and the Trump family's been buying their stock. They made 29 stock trades in Core Civic, and they were bragging how now that they've removed temporary protected status for a number of groups, they can put ankle monitors on them, which they can charge them $180 a week for, if they want to stay in this country. As of yesterday or today, they did it to all Ethiopian temporary protected status, and then Haitians, obviously, they've asked them to monitor, and Core Civic has literally released information that they're bragging about how this is going to increase their bottom line. So I don't think I think the immigration thing is about money. They've reported that it's $307,000 a bed. There are 66,000 current immigrant detainees.
Okay, so let me just interrupt you there, Dr.
The goal is 100. Hang on.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Can I interrupt you just for a second to underscore what you just said? I want to underscore what you were saying. So, according to Citizens for Responsibility, private immigration prisons have made historic amounts of money, and Donald Trump personally holds financial investments in them. Now, think about that for a moment. Your responsibility is to remove yourself from ethically, I'm speaking. I'm not talking legally, because as a previous caller wanted to make sure, even though I had said it a half a dozen times, under the current law, what the president is doing is not illegal. But what you're supposed to do ethically is one of two things. Either remove your financial investments from a company that's doing business such as this with the government, or not allow them to participate as, and I don't even know if it was a no-bid contract or not. That's something else I have to find out. But go ahead. But that's stunning information.
A lot of it is shrouded. A lot of it is shrouded in moves of certain interests to trust and family members. Nobody's buying it. I'm in the financial. I started as a Wall Street guy. I'm in the financial business. Nobody believes it.
The Associated Press reported that these were no big contracts. So there you go.
Good, yeah. So the immigration thing has nothing to do with criminals and murderers, rapists. By and large, they're picking people up in the courthouses or at their immigration meetings and detaining them. And 52 family members of service members have been abducted by ICE, and they've had to, go on leave, and they can't concentrate. I mean,
you mean taken into custody, not abducted?
Let's say that, okay? Yeah, let's be polite, or correct with our words. Yeah, taken into custody. Not exactly abducted, but the immigration system moves very, very slowly. It's really inefficient, and sometimes while proceedings are taking time, they're granted some type of status. Not suggesting it could be 20 years, but what I'm saying is there's a huge financial incentive to incarcerate immigration detainees and refuse to give them rights, legal rights. Donald Trump's target is 100,000. It's currently 66,000. So to him, you guys can look this up, but this is the real thing that's going on with this immigration policy. Is it's actually about money and profits, the private contract.
Dr. Mitch, that it was such an excellent contribution to today's discussion. You just hit with that anecdote the core of the problem, right there. You don't have to know anything else about this controversy, about whether he is ethical or not, whether he's making money for the nation or not, whether he's building up the military or not, as a previous caller tried to switch the conversation. Right there is, I mean, I don't understand why it's not like blazing headlines. An earlier caller, Simon, said, why isn't this stuff getting covered? And I looked it up, and it turns out it is all being covered. What you just articulated, the reason you know it is not because you personally researched it. You know it because the media have covered it. And yet, and I would argue it's because of all of these Truth Social and other pronouncements and diversions that the president throws in our face, it doesn't take hold. And remember, he started his political career with attacking the mainstream media. The fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. So now he controls the message because the biggest fake news site in the country is Truth Social. So it's no longer the mainstream media that's the fake news. And so stories such as this, which it used to be, there weren't all these every day, another red alert for us to discuss. To go back to the Watergate days, every day it was about Watergate. There was a new revelation that the Washington Post had, and then subsequently the New York Times caught up. They were competing with one another for new revelation day after day after day. There was a new hook on that story, but there was only one singular issue that consumed the attention of the public so we could concentrate on it. If today was the 1970s and a president did what you just described, which I just verified, I was fact-checking you because I was unaware of this and I'm in the news business, this would be headlines, front page, evening news, Huntley and Brinkley. That's all you would hear about is this huge scandal involving incarcerating human beings for the financial benefit of the President of the United States. And yet, I am ashamed to say that even I, a person who is a purveyor of news coverage, I was unaware of this. And I'm indebted to Dr. Mitch for bringing it to my attention. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
top $1 trillion this fiscal year. That's just the interest, not the principal. And they said that's the record as well.
So I'm willing to bet, this is breaking news, I'm willing to bet we're going to hear the spin that this was Biden's fault. I want to see how this is going to play out on these on Fox News and all that. This is going to be interesting. What's today, Wednesday? So probably by Friday. We'll hear them up there. Maybe even tonight.
This is interesting.
So yesterday, Trump said no negotiations with Iran. Today, he said they may return to negotiations with Iran.
That's deep. Taco. Taco. That's just hopscotch with them other. The funniest thing is the way that they call him out when he says that, and they're like, "No, we're not about to have any discussion." They've done that to him so many times when he claimed they just made an agreement, they just made a phone call, just made a secret pact, and then they always come out like, "No, we didn't. We really didn't." But back on the interest, they said the interest is so high that the U.S. is spending more interest on, they're spending more on interest payments than on the national defense. Think about that. More on the interest payments than on our actual national defense. So the interest rate on the debt.
Well, according to the crypto bros, Trump is going to make crypto our cryptocurrency. And that is going to eradicate national debt. Warren Hakima,
I'm glad they put those guys in it. I'm glad they put them in the crypto and trying to pretend that I can afford to lose. And not just because I don't even fucking check it anymore. It's just going to be there. And then when I hear it going up, I'll look at it. Because I don't want to see red and look at my account. So I'll just wait.
And not only that, that's just a full-time job.
Man, once you log in once, I was looking at my different wallets like daily to the point that, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the part they don't tell you.
Just let that shit go. Make sure I got my logins up to date, and that's it. I don't need to look at it.
Don't be like putting that shit in a cold wallet and then dumping it in, and the wife throws it out, and you gotta go to the. You gotta spend $200 million at the dump trying to find it.
Trying to find it. See, people lost millions like that in their laptops, phones, or they still have it and lost the password.
My wife did. She bought crypto. She bought crypto a long time. She bought thing a long time ago. And so I bought like 33 of them. I was about to 33. And she didn't even phone. And she lost access to it. It's gone. 33. Yep.
It's a beer crowd. Big deal. 5 o'clock. Link my name. That's what I want to know. And that's the vibe you're keeping with the chicken floor team. Super fast. Let's see what they got in this round. Regards. Get up. Hey, wait, what? She's still a slice of meat. Watching this place gets a no-star rating. I'm not even going to mention this on the air.
America's first national debt to for the first time ever. An ominous milestone for an economy that sits on shaky fiscal foundation after decades of borrowing to pay for the rising costs of the military, social safety net programs, and President Trump's tax cuts. This year alone, the United States is on, and y'all said the show is on track to pay $2 trillion. Let me see if there's anything that we can discuss. Pardon me.
Not exactly true, but it's close to it. It's 1.8.
Yeah, the scariest thing about this is how this is a quote from an expert, and it says, the scariest thing about this is how we're starting to see the debt spiral up again, said Mark Goldman, Senior Policy Director for the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which supports deficit reduction, referring to interest on the debt. The inability of lawmakers to confront the debt comes with long-term risk. While the United States remains the world's largest economy, its mounting debt load could lead to investors to demand higher interest rates, less bonds, and raise questions about the nation's credit worthiness, which could erode confidence in the dollar and the world's reserve currency. Both Republican and Democrats are responsible for America's borrowing burden. The United States has had to sell an increasing amount of debt to cover the cost of health programs, stimulus benefits, disaster relief, and daily government operations. This is not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll start reading that. And there's something, the Department of Government Efficiency, led initially by Elon Musk, promised to reduce federal spending by $1 trillion. So far, it claims to have produced savings of just over $200 billion. The Government Accountability Office said this month that the department's estimate lacked reliability and transparency. So,
yeah, I was just looking at the hallway, and there is a room called "Why Do Black Women Only Marry Thugs?"
Marry thugs?
Thugs.
Oh, studs. Is concrete here? Where's concrete?
Patty, there's been a lot of miracles recently, like some of them have been, can we end racism by
Bro, that was stupid.
And what was the room about?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it may not, no one ever answered it.
Nobody answered that shit.
What was the question?
Could you end racism by getting married? Can black people end racism by getting married?
No, dumb shit is that.
You know what's weird though? It's just angry black women. I think it's just that.
Oh yeah.
Because I interact with black women all the time. They're cool as fuck. Like, I'm walking into the post office, they hold the door, like they walk back to the door. I'm like, they cool as fuck.
To our gorilla storm.
You know,
Chicago snow.
like,
And then even when they say stuff like, I do know some girls that are on a bigger thing, but very big. I don't know. Maybe it's her brotherhood. One of my friends out here, they got their own dream. Their own business.
You gotta recuse yourself.
I don't think. My friends that think they're all girls, they don't be like Bonnie trying to register. Like, you know, they just be like, now, don't get me wrong, they really judge you based off certain things, but that's because they don't want that shit in their country. They're like, no, it's not a difference. Because it wasn't.
In real life,
Hello, friend. I give you the gift. Hello, a practice.
at the same time.
That's the thing.
Think you're doing that part? She'll think she's so cool. I'm a little scared, sweetheart. Take us
Y'all are very like, y'all will grab someone, grab them. Y'all grab women. They don't talk to you. Y'all be nasty to them.
Yeah, I guess in my life, but I mean, like maybe a judge just all that snap. And then they'll look at you and just smile. And that's not you know how you do it, all that aggressive shit.
In the back of her arm and put her
She got lies on Mexico. Someone can come. Cultures and circumstances. What is he asking? Well, you ladies, y'all experience a lot.
The way dudes react to the third.
Let's find out what strangers do when they have $0 in their bank account.
Very straight, thirsty, very thirsty. This lady trying to get an argument with her. She said something about that. So she was okay. So she was and cat. And when I looked at that, either she was dating me or she was super thirsty. Because in the picture, the lady just said, you take a picture of your man, you don't take your hand. It's very intimate. You want to do that. Women
A free dual lap.
That's it. Well, she was just saying negative things about black people. She was just saying very negative.
Like what? You know, the same as stereotypes.
Yeah, all the regular shit you got fucked out.
You have a lot of young times. Yes, I did an album that I don't know whether it was big over here now, but it was very big in the United States and Germany and China and Japan and all other places called Thriller. Michael Jackson. Record on it had a gold record, it's in color, and at the bottom it says, to Vincent Price, thank you so much for your help with Thriller. In celebration of the 30 million album. Can you believe that? And I got more
You know what? Girls will never do that. Girls will never do that.
No, they be saying we gotta go. That's what
They be like, if your man touch me, I'm gonna touch him. I'm not talking.
Yo, so Gemini, you know it's dope if you talk to a bunch of, if it's a bunch of women, and in that group there's one woman that you like in each other, right? Her girlfriends, if they give you out, and if they don't, they're okay, they do good. But if they don't like you,
You gotta group, invite everybody in drink.
Yeah. But if the group don't like a man, they will let that dude know. Even if he buying drinks, if he's a dump, they'll buy drinks and then just play jokes with him, all that. Meanwhile, you're just spending money away. They ain't gonna take them seriously. They're like, yo, we got one, ladies. I'm saying, we got one.
Espresso did not like my statement. They were all very much.
Yeah, but you can never sucker a woman into talking. Like they'll be like, go with me. And his friend might, I don't care if his friend's doing it. I don't even.
And just keep her company and be nice to her and just keep her company and just like chill.
Big girls are ugly and
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're interfered over there. Not that we have to accommodate them on level. Otherwise, they do.
For that server when we went live. Once we launched that server, yeah.
Give me the sign of the open eye, token erector, thorny thigh, and word of madness and mystery. You pun, you pun, you pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, pun, you pun, you pun, you pun, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. The opine I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pun, you Pun, you Pun, 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 Pun. I am the mate, I am the man. Got of thy flock and gold, I am God. Flesh thy bone, flower to thy rock. Hoofs of steel, I raise, I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pun, 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 your Pun, your Pun. There are 7 keys to the breaking, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So let thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation deep and strong. Last, all these things in one, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If echoing root discardeth, here's to the heart I leave thee. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, and tense and keen turned in oneness, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and distract thy attention from the chosen act. Grasp all these things in one heart. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou resolve this dawning in full sight and stress, even of this high conscious loss, here's to the heart I leave thee here. Of the Master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the fleeting rage that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So let thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a wind respond. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observance, entity, watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and kingdom in oneness, now as another balances. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling rule. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the mother I revere. Thy radiance that rolls on.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and a word of madness and mystery. Oh, Bunny, oh, Bunny, oh, Bunny, oh, Bun, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, oh Bunny, oh Bunny, oh Bunny. to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I reap and I reap and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money, king, maiden, man in the might of party, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, open, pum pum pum. I am a man who was the wilt as a great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Open, I am born. I am fine. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am bold, I am God. Flocked through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money can make in the night of time. The open, there are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that I be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swaying softly as a wind of storm. Let the winds relax to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no matter of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the Demon strong, slain even God. Should he distract my attention from the chosen act? Lost all his fangs and one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossoms flood. The oneness is yes, even in this my son. Thou shalt not do this. Strained expression shoots like lines direction darkling roots, discarding living form, sight and stress. If they hear, thou art the master. Oh, brother,
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny eye, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan. O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, the old man. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, Pan, Pan. To equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man. In the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy regular, with the great sea-specific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward mist, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on what thoughts purely pinned,
Still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unscared, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still an ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. Crowley! Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery open. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. O Pan. O Pan. O Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come, O Pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born. Gold of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of am awake. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me upon. I am born to death on the home of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn, the lasting world without end. Like king, maiden, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. You'll come, you'll come, you'll come, you'll come, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, come, you come, you come, you come, 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 come. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come you upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born. You come, you come, 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 come. I am thy maid, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I read, and I read, and I read, and I read, everlasting world without end. Manikin, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. Yo pam 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 pam. Yo pam 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 pam. Yo pam. unto him anyone. Unity, uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest death and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity, uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. You adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. And the broken and wrecked of thorny thorn, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as the great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the slave. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast on me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy mate, I am thy man, part of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold.
to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice summer to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Neopan, 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 pan, 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 neopan, neopan, pan, pan. I am a man. To us the world has a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great peace come. I am thy mate. I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, fire to thine iron. With hoofs of steel, I rise on the rocks. To solstice, coven to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money came maiden, 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 on the might of on. Eopan, 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 pan, pan. Eopan, 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 pan, pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soul. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turning warmness, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discard consciousness, pierce through the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. O brother of the silver star, Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. Sixth on thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Night blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. If thou restrain the discarding names, pierce to the heart on thee. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny pine, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, Eopan, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, Eopan, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to end. I am thy mate. I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend everlasting. World without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 in the mind of Eopan. Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divine divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen end. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, leave thee here, thou far, O brother of the silver
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, lest thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow,
so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen end.
Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root,
discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Really,
broken erector, thorny thigh, and word of madness. You pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as if great God can. Oh, pun, you pun, you pun, you pun, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Upon I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pun, you pun, you pun, 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 pun. I am thy mate, I am thy man, got of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maiden, I'm the might of pun, you pun, you pun, 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 you pun, you pun. There are 7 keys to the great game. Fidget, the psalmist aboard. The fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low. Easy, regular, and slow. The will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, intense and keen. No atom of analysis. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next to that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one or power
in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of his high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the silver There are 7 keys to the great gate, being bound by the cerements of will, defeated babes that tease the thought. Next, let the brethren below easy, regular, and slow, so that by being be in tune with the great seas, Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swaying softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Tense and keen turn inward miss, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong. Slave and God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Grasp all these things in one accord, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding form, sight, and stress, even of his high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here, thou of the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the silver star. Ready? There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the thinking babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless spark. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Now as a knot of analysis, six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. My meditation steep and strong. Lost all these things in one are hard. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling room. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh, brother of the silver star. Gladly,
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast coming upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am God, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I reap and I reap and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the mud. Give me the soul, token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, you pam pam, pam pam pam. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as the great God can. all slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Your pen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, your Pan, I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, made at hand, in the night of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan, your Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. Pacific swoon, third let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, soul like a flame, striking and star, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still the ecstasy, prolonged by meditation, steaming strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flood. The oneness is less, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoot, thy glance to rapture darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even this high consciousness, yes, heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I reveal thy radiance that rules afar. O brother of the silver star.
I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, Eopan, I am born to Pan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. Thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold. I rod with hoops of steel. Everlasting word, the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a wingless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and clean, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slain even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The wondrous is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Heart, I leave thee here, that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Crowley, thorny thigh, and a word of madness and mystery, O Pan, 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 Pan.
as thou wilt, as a great God can open. Eopan, 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 I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born. Eopan. I am thy knight, I am thy man, gold of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rant, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the erect of thorny thorn, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, will I race on the rocks, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man in the might of
sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, come, you come, you come, you come, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, come, you come, you come, you rip of the snake, eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods waved roar, the great beast come, you come, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am God, you come, you come, 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 come. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Good of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy lord. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. And I reign, and I reign, and I reign, and I reign, everlasting world without end. Body king of you come, you come.
Like unto him, anyone unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy great death, to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
God eternal, He begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, He begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity on the most I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. token erect of thorny thought, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast on me upon. I am both the I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice summer to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopam, Eopam, pam, 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 Eopam. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. To us thou wilt as a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me up, and I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money can be the maiden, maid of the might of There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and one in cerements of will.
Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, timed at the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No analysis. Fixed on one thought, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolonged. Thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last all these things in one o'erpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, choose thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Even of this high consciousness,
Thou art the master I revere. Silver star, crying, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. Eopan, 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 Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 in the mind of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan.
frigid, thus thou mayst above the breath rhythm below, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhanced, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen end. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Click!
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance,
hour after hour thy vigilance,
intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, great and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen end.
Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye, token erector, thorny thigh, and word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as if great God can. Open, 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 pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Leopard, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Pan, 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 pan. God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan. Yo, Pan. Yo, Pan, Pan, Pan. Yo, Pan. Yo, Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love, the profound. Every thought that springs in turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. Every name, form, sight, and stress, even a here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Frigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thoughts divinely free from sense observe its entity. Every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, and tense and keen turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slave
should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Grasp all these things in one heart. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou strain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding foresight and stress, even of his high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rose afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Ready! There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget maze that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and kingdom in oneness, know as another endless. Six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen man. And at the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling room. Discarding name, foresight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that royal star. Ready?
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, oh God. solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rip and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the mighty Tampani, give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pam, pam, pam. I am a man who has the open, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The withdraw, the great beast come. Open, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, open, pan, I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, made up man, in the might of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan, your Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Lost all things and one overpowered. Time with the midnight blossom flood. The wonders is yes, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou wouldst strain the expression choose, like lines to wraps of darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even this high consciousness. Yes, the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rules afar. Oh, brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the toe wreck of thorny eye and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, O Pan, we O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt as a great God can. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come to O Pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bones, flower to thy rock. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks. Two souls get stubborn to equinox, and I raise, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man, in the mighty Pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its end unity. Watch every thought that springs in.
The mythology and trying to take over.
Well, they were Canaanites themselves, which is similar to like Christianity in essence, is a similar story where you have a group.
Hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on the thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong. Thy meditation steep and strong. Slain even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one o'erpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver sword, Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, open,
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. Be, O Pan. Be, O Pan. Be, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts call me, O Pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born. Be, O Pan. I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rant, everlasting. of pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me upon. I am born to death on the heart of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rape and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, main, that man in the night of give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The
Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I read and I read and I read and I read the everlasting world without end. Many king maiden Maynard man in the might of Pan. Io pan, 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 pan. Io pan, pan. He begets not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity on the most. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. So adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. Do as thou wilt, as the great God can. O plan, O plan, O plan, O plan, plan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast coming upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice summer to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beast come up, and I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am God of thy flock, I am gold, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy land, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, to solstice everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, on the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pan, pan.
7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soul. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame great and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditate. He distracts thy eyes in one power. Time that the midnight blossom flowers. If thou restrained, discarding name for moons afar, O brother of the silver star, crying, to the great gate, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babe